Okay, well, I'll call this meeting to order. It's 9:31 a.m. We acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence ont enrichi et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. Kelly, can we do a roll call, please?
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Cluche.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Dudas.
Here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Menard. Don't see Councillor Menard. Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Moffat. And Chair Gower, you have quorum.
Here, thank you. Yes, Chair Moffat will be joining in just a moment. So this is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 1 to 7 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on May 25th, 2022, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest today? I'm seeing none. The minutes, confirmation of minutes for meeting number 61 from April 28th, 2022. Are the minutes carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go through our agenda and see if there's any items that we can carry on consent. If there are any items where we have delegations registered or questions or comments from our committee members, we will hold them. On item number 1, this is the zoning bylaw amendment for 54, 56, and 60 Bayswater Avenue. We have several speakers registered and also a motion coming from Councillor Leeper. So we'll hold this item and come back to it. For item number 2, it's a zoning bylaw amendment for 18 Louisa Street in Somerset Ward. There are no registered speakers from the public. Councillor McKenney is here as well. Would anyone like to hold this item or any questions for this item?
If I could get it held, Vice Chair, that'd be great.
Yep, definitely. We can hold that item. Item number 3 is an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 1186, 1188, and 1194 Wellington Street West in Kitchissippi. We do have a speaker registered for this, so we will hold item number 3. Item number 4 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 3345 Borisocaine Road, 3900 Cabrion Road, and 1108 Appaloon Street in Barrhaven. There are no registered speakers. The applicant is available. Any requests to hold this from committee members? Okay, from the applicant, we have Nico Church from Foten and Melissa Pettern and Ashlyn Sadji from Mattamy. If the committee is prepared to carry this item, do any of you wish to speak today?
Good morning, Co-Chair Gower. We do not need to speak to this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for this item number 4, the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Okay, item number 5 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 700 Coronation Avenue in Alta Vista. There are delegations registered, so we'll hold this item. Item number 6 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 8415 Campo Drive in Canada North. We have the applicant here, but no public delegations registered. Any requests to hold this from our committee? Okay, so from the applicant, we have Eric Foran and Tim Chatter from JL Richards and Associates and Bronwyn Anderson from Minto. If the committee is prepared to carry this, do any of you wish to speak on it? I think we need to bring them into the panel room, so we'll give a moment here.
They should be joining momentarily.
Thanks, Kelly. Oh, good morning, Tim. You're on mute.
Okay, we'll try it again. Good morning, Co-Chair. We do not have any need to speak to the item.
Okay, so for item number 6, then, are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you.
Carried. Item number 7 is site plan control for 89, 91, and 97 Beechwood Avenue in Rito, Rockliffe. We do have speakers registered for this, so we'll hold that. And I believe there's a motion that'll be coming as well. Item number 8 is an application to alter 126 York Street, a property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act and located in the Byward Market Heritage Conservation District in Rideau, Vanier. There are no delegations registered for this. We do have the applicant here, and I see Councillor Fleury is the ward councillor. Councillor Fleury, did you want to hold this or have a quick comment? Go ahead.
A comment, Co-Chair, if you wouldn't mind. Just committee for your attention. We are moving ahead with the heritage component, but the overall effort, the overall package of report will be, I believe, Chair or Co-Chair coming next committee. So I just want to prevent confusion here for community members and the public.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. This is just the heritage approval for this. So from the applicant team, we have Brian Burrows, Dominic Bourgeois, Nathan Patrician, Brian Casagrande, and Mark Verady. If the committee is prepared to carry this item, do you wish to speak today?
Mr. Chair, I think I can speak on behalf of the team. Yeah, we don't need to speak.
Okay, thank you, Brian. So for item number 8, then, are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried. And item number 9 was a motion introduced, well, notions of which notice has been previously given from Co-Chair Moffat. This was a technical amendment to a front-ending report, preliminary design of the Leitrim Road Bank Street intersection, improvements in the Bank Street widening south of Leitrim Road to Dunskipper Drive in Gloucester, South Nepean. Any reason to hold this one? Okay, then on that one, is the motion carried for item number 9?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning of the agenda and the items that we have held. The first one that we held was the zoning bylaw amendment for 54, 56, and 60 Bayswater Avenue in Kitchissippi. Now there's a motion. I'm not sure if it's ready to go yet. Kelly, do you know if we have that motion ready from Councillor Leeper?
Apparently legal is still looking at it.
Okay.
Do you want me just to speak about what it is?
Well, yes, let's do that. And then maybe by the time we're finished our presentations, we'll have it ready to go and we can introduce it formally. So yes, Councillor Leeper.
Yeah, thanks. Subject to any changes from legal, there is the request on this building is to rezone it from an R4 zone to an R5N with some site-specific exceptions. So ordinarily, the R5N would have a 2.5 meter setback on the side yard. The applicant has the R5N has a 2.5 meter setback wherever the building wall is over 11 meters. The applicant and staff have considered that the wall here is 4 stories, but it's 12.5 meters. It's above 11 meters. So it would require that 2.5 meters setback. My motion is to require the 2.5 meter setback rather than the 1.5 that the applicant has proposed, to give a bit of breathing space to the abutting R4. So I'll delve into that in a little bit greater detail, but it's to require the setback that would ordinarily be required for this particular subzone and eliminate the site-specific exception that is being proposed.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to proceed as follows. We'll begin with a presentation from Jeff Nadeau, the planner on this file, and then we'll go to a presentation from the applicant, and then we'll go to our public delegations, followed by questions for the applicant and questions for staff. So we'll begin with Jeff Nadeau. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning. I have a presentation. Could we get that up?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. This is a brief overview of the site at 54, 56, and 60 Bayswater Avenue. Again, I'll try and keep it brief and just familiarize our attendees with the context and with staff's line of thought on this. Next slide, please. So our subject site is the blue star, roughly at center of the image here, on Bayswater Avenue. This image demonstrates the site's proximity to some of what we would call the magnets for intensification in the city. These being the nodes and corridors referred to in the official plan. Specifically, these would be the main streets and in this case, the LRT stations that are nearby. So we have Bayview Station approximately 400 meters to the north, and Corso Italia Station approximately 450 meters to the east or southeast. In addition, we have the Somerset Street West Main Street, which is passing just to the north of the subject site and transitioning into Wellington West. So these are target areas for density, and the proposed development is not necessarily within them, but it is at the very edge of the general urban area / neighborhood designation adjacent to these. Next slide, please. Just to further orientate ourselves, here we are looking north, stood in the middle of Bayswater. So we're looking in the direction of Somerset Street West. We have at our left a 6 or, sorry, we have at our right a 6 or 6.5 story mid-rise building. And then prominently visible on our left is the high-rise 17-story building at the corner of Somerset and Bayswater. So the proposed building would be going in somewhere between the viewer in this image and that high-rise. So you could picture it going in somewhere behind that hydro pole. That gives you some metric for picturing it. Next, please. And again, looking south from Bayswater, we again have on our right the high-rise building, and on our left, that's the mid-rise building. And again, the hydro pole roughly in the middle of the image would be the approximate location of the corner of the subject site. Next slide, please. Here we have a render just depicting the scale of the proposed building relative to existing context. So at left, we have the low-rise residential uses that are characteristic of the areas south of here. And of course, on the right, we have the massing of the high-rise 17-story building. So the proposal is, of course, taller than the typical form in the general urban area. but the building is one means of tapering mid-rise height into the neighborhood at a location and in a way that would be supported by the official plan. Could we move on to the next slide, please? Some of the ways in which we find that this proposal is supportable have to do with design efforts. So this proposal meets the articulation requirements, the fenestration requirements, the front-facing entrance requirements, and substantially meets the landscaping requirements of the R4 UB zone. There were some material changes throughout the evolution of this project on the advice of our urban design staff. Next slide, please. A little more in terms of the site layout here and how compatibility has been attempted to be achieved in the view of staff. So if we look on the left here, that's our site plan. You can see that the vehicle access and parking has been confined to the rear of the site off the laneway there. This is to minimize impact on the streetscape. On the right, our landscape plan gives some idea of the tree planting that's proposed. So those are a row of honey locusts in the rear yard, red maples at the front. Also, there's the mature tree depicted roughly in the center of the site. In the front is a city-owned maple that's being retained. Next slide, please. So just again, a high-level overview of some of the key points in policy that staff considered. So section 2.2 is managing growth and states that intensification can take place in the general urban area at a scale contingent on proximity to major roads, transit, and subject to the planned function of the area. These, I think, were fairly evident from the location map provided earlier, and then, of course, on the render map, we're seeing how we're stepping down density into the neighborhood. Now, of course, this section also notes that such intensification is subject to compatibility, which leads us into our second bullet point here, section 2.5, where we discuss compatibility as not necessarily the same as existing buildings. However, through design features, step downs, and through the applicant's agreement to treat this proposal essentially as a big R4 building, we find that we're preserving some compatibility there. Where I say big R4, I mean specifically that several of the ground-oriented features of the R4 zoning are retained. And of course, those provisions have been carried forth into the proposed zoning. And then finally, the general urban area policy, section 3.61. Again, general urban area can accommodate taller building forms in areas that are already characterized by them. And in this case, of course, we're adjacent to a 17-story building, and there's a mid-rise across the street and slightly further south, which, in the view of staff, would characterize this area as having a mix of build forms. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm having trouble unmuting, but here we go. Okay, we're going to go to the applicants now. Murray Chown and Taylor West from Novatech are with us. Good morning, Murray. Are you presenting today?
We lost you again, Chair Gower.
Oh, so are you leading the presentation today, Murray?
No, Mr. West will lead the presentation, and then I will respond to questions when we get there. So Mr. West will be presenting on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
And just bear with me for a moment, Chair.
Did we lose Mr. West?
Oh, apologies, I'm here, just being quiet.
Yeah, and we'll get those slides up and in just a moment.
I don't recall receiving a presentation for this item. So I'll check my email.
Okay, well, why don't we do this? Kelly, if you can check, and perhaps if Taylor or Murray, you could email those to Kelly again. And just to keep things going, let's move to our delegations. We have 3 delegations registered today. So we'll go to our delegations and then come back to Novatech after the delegations. We have Cheryl Parrott, we have Linda Hode, and we have Alan Cliff. So first up is Cheryl Parrott. I believe Cheryl has some slides, and we'll just allow a moment or two to get everybody connected here.
So just tell me when you want me to start, and I'll cue when the slide should go up. Okay.
Okay, we're all set.
Let me just find my presentation because that covered it. Just a sec. Okay, here we go. Okay, so good morning, everyone. I've spent countless hours over the last 4 years attending meetings, consultations on the infill bylaw, the new R4U zoning, and the new OP. At a meeting in December of 2021, we were ecstatic to hear statements from David Wise and Tim Mowerman at an FCA meeting about the new comprehensive zoning bylaw. And in response to questions about further zoning increases in the R4 areas. And Mr. Wise stated, multi-residential development is focused in a handful of select neighborhoods, which are bearing an awful lot of the weight of intensification. Hintonburg was one of 4 that he named. This has created very significant pressure on those neighborhoods, which is just not sustainable. The R4 neighborhoods have done their share, and Mr. Wise said he could be quoted on this. They won't be rolling back permissions, but won't be asking for the R4 neighborhoods to take a dramatic increase in density from where they are now. Pressure on these neighborhoods needs to be relieved, he said. Mr. Mowerman stated that the R4 zoning provides all the density permissions needed, and they would not be looking at further upzoning in these areas, which is what's happening here. So one part of the planning department says Hittenburg's done its part. The level of intensification here is not sustainable, and the new R4 zoning provides all the permission needed to achieve the target density. The other part of the planning department says you must intensify. Density targets are merely a floor. There's no limit. Every property that comes forward seems to be deemed unique, even though it's just a regular property. Hintonburg has already achieved the density that you targeted for by 2046. We're already at 81 units per hectare. So we're 25 years ahead of your target. At the 2021 census, Tiny Hintonburg had 4,971 units. Next slide. You've already approved or about to approve another 3,800 units just within Tiny Hintonburg, which is 1.2 square kilometers. Next slide. So that takes us to 143 units per hectare, well above your 2046 target. Next slide. 900 Albert is right at our boundary, and that adds another 1,240 units. Then there's Mechanicsville, LeBreton Flats, Gladstone Village, Tunney's Pasture, and those are going to add at least another 12,000 units directly around us. Next slide. Increasing the intensification by more than 75% and no added green space or recreation space or resources.
Oh.
This rezoning is not needed. This is not a unique site. The very adequate R4 zoning already provides for the density you're targeting, and we've already exceeded it. Trust has been broken with neighborhoods. We worked with the CDP infills, R4, and now the OP. And then each development comes to planning as a one-off. Continuing the tradition of spot zoning over top of brand new zoning shows a waste of community time as well as staff time and resources. The two branches of the planning department are not on the same page. So please reject this application. They can build 24 units as of right, and that meets the intensification target you've set for 2046. They could have developed faster and cheaper by building what's allowed. Those units would be now occupied. And I was rather surprised to hear that this is just really a little bit of a bigger R4. It really is not. It's an R5 that can't even meet those standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Councillor Leeper has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Cheryl. And I also am taken aback by the description of this as a big R4. That's exactly the kind of scope that we were trying to avoid, or scope creep that we were trying to avoid in creating new R4 rules for the R4 neighborhoods. But can you just remind us, because I think it's important, what did the R4 review mean for Hintonburg in terms of allowed density?
So it allows, on this lot, it would allow 24 units. So on a lot, each of those small lots, they could build up to 8 units, which is plenty of density. That really covers most of the lot and provides the density, well over the density actually that the city's looking for. So we've already met those guidelines.
I guess the question I have is, what does the new R4 mean compared to the R4 that was in place 2 years ago?
So that increased the density incredibly. So now on a lot, we can get 8 units. Any of the lots in Hintonburg, which are very small, 30 feet by 90 or 100 feet, we can get 8 units in there, which is much more than we had before. And so we're seeing little small places, which might be a triplex, demolished. And we have our first 8-unit one coming forward now.
Yeah, so essentially doubling. I mean, the low-rise neighborhoods in Hintonburg, Mechanicsville, you know, with the new rules that we put in place during the R4 review, and that, you know, the community was understanding of, not happy about, but understanding of. We're doubling the density of the low-rise neighborhoods right across the geography of Hintonburg. There's an official plan policy that Mr. Nadeau spoke to, in which we can contemplate in the neighborhood zone, in the low-rise, ground-oriented neighborhood zone, we can contemplate taller buildings if they front on an arterial street and they're in an area that is already characterized by tall buildings. How do you consider that argument with respect to what characterizes this area? Do you feel that this area is characterized by tall buildings?
Absolutely not. And this is a total creep into the residential area, which was just in the R4, which is just a year and a half old, was to be kept at three stories in this area. So now we're getting 6 stories. So that's a doubling of the height in the residential area. And Bayswater is residential. Any place behind the main street is residential. So this is a total creep, and we will see this as precedent setting. I know that.
I just want to be careful about the use of the term residential here. Obviously, this building is a residential building. I think what we're really talking about is, you know, the mid-rise residential form versus the low-rise residential form. And, you know, this is an area, you know, within that block, it is characterized by low-rise, ground-oriented development, not mid-rises. And then if you consider the area, you know, the rough geography in which this stands, the neighborhood, it is a low-rise, ground-oriented neighborhood that in the past couple of years we have put in place new rules to double the allowed density in order to achieve official plan targets that this neighborhood has already met in there. So I appreciate the perspective, Cheryl. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheryl, can you just clarify, in the staff presentation, we did see a taller building next door. So in light of the exchange that you just had with Councillor Leeper, how does that fall into play? Because it would seem that there's already taller buildings than the one that's proposed very in the immediate vicinity.
That one was built a long time ago. I think probably before there were bylaws. So I think it was built about 1960. So, you know, before you had zoning bylaws, before you had CDPs, a lot of things happened. So both of those buildings are quite old.
But it's still part of the character or fabric of the neighborhood, isn't it?
Yeah, but why repeat the mistakes? I mean, we've gone through a lot of planning. As I said, I've spent the last 4 years going to all these meetings, and we developed, well, even longer than that, because the CDP was 10 years ago. So why do we do this when we just throw it all out? We had a plan for Wellington Street. We had a plan for the R4 areas, but that seems to just go out the window. And every property that comes forward, we hear staff say, but it's unique. This is not a unique property. So why do we do these plans and then not follow them at all?
Okay, thanks. I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit. I just wanted to hear from you in the community. Okay, thank you, Cheryl. I'm seeing no more questions. So we will move on to our second speaker, Linda Hode.
Good morning.
Good morning, Linda.
Thank you. I found the buttons. Yes, I'm actually also speaking on behalf of the Hintonburg Community Association, and to tell you, of course, that we are continuing to oppose, as we had earlier prior to the planning report, the rezoning of these 3 properties. We concurred with the changes that were proposed in the R4 review, R4 and this R4 UB zone. And it was a little horrifying that to find that when the ink was barely dry on R4 U zones, we have a request to amend them. We understand owners have the right to ask for zoning bylaw amendments, but you and your staff have the right to refuse them. And I think what we're finding is that none of these things are ever refused, well, almost never. I can't think of one in Hintonburg. We have one committee of adjustment application that was refused by the committee, but not by the planning committee. At least nothing in my memory, which is fairly long these days. The particular concern that we would like to raise with you is the impact on the property to the south. In the planner's report, he quotes the current official plan policy and claims that it conforms to this development conforms to the OP policy 2.5.1 with respect to compatible development, which is defined in the official plan as, quote, development that, although it is not necessarily the same as or similar to existing buildings in the vicinity, enhances an established community through good design and innovation and coexists with existing development without causing undue adverse impact on surrounding properties. And that's where it fails. There is an undue impact on the property to the south, the low rise, which remains in the low rise residential R4 UB zone, because of the failure to provide the required 2.5 meter side yard. And I think that this is the fundamental issue with this particular application. We are opposed to the height increase, but the fundamental problem is the impact on the adjoining property. So we would urge you to refuse the application or to require that the owner provide that side yard, as I believe Councillor Leeper is about to request. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Councillor Leeper.
Linda, is the request for an R5N 2.5 meter setback, is that a new request on the part of the community?
No, we had from the very beginning through the consultations we had with the applicant, we said that the side yard has to meet the bylaw. or at least it has to be more than what's provided, the impact on the adjoining property is too great. One of the answers was, oh, well, it has the right to, to be higher than it already is. In fact, that house is very close to the lot line. That's where it is. There is no indication that anyone is planning to redevelop it. And if they redeveloped it, they could provide a bigger side yard. But I'm sorry, you can't just plunk something down beside an existing building and say, oh, well, they can redevelop it. Sure, they can, but they may not want to. Those houses are, some of them, I don't know about that particular one, but some of the houses in this neighborhood are over 100 years old. They are generally well kept up and they could last another 100 years.
So throughout
And
your
they're very desirable. They sell for a lot of money.
Yes, they do. So the request to the developer to meet that minimum required side yard setback has been a feature of the community's ask of the developer for some time now. I take it that they just have persisted in rationalizing somehow not providing that. So that's good.
Yeah, we didn't oppose the reduced side yard on the north side because that adjoins the driveway of the high-rise building. It has no impact on anybody. So that one we could live with. Although it was a bit insulting that they would, wanted to rezone to the R5 zone, but they couldn't even meet the R5 zone requirements.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Linda, I wanted to ask, 2.5 meters and 1.5 meters, it's a difference of a meter, but it's still a very narrow setback. What difference does a meter make from the community and neighbors' perspective?
Oh, that meter can make a great deal of difference. That's in fact the subject of an OLT hearing on the Committee of Adjustment decision I referred to. They agreed with us and the applicant is appealed. A meter can make a big difference, especially when you're dealing with a high wall. And as I say, that property is happens to be right on the property line. And that happens a lot in our neighborhood. Those houses were built long before we had any zoning bylaws. And every time anybody wants to make a modification to most of the houses in Hintonburg, they have to go to the Committee of Adjustment because they don't meet the current bylaws. That's the way they were built. So no, a meter can make an enormous difference in terms of light, air, and maintenance. If you have to maintain your building, that could make a difference.
Okay, thank you. Co-Chair Moffat has a question.
Yeah, just briefly, I know in your comments you mentioned that the two apartment buildings nearby shouldn't be seen as precedents because of their age, but the building directly across the road, 7 stories, it's set back to 69. So if it's 57, it's set back to 69. Looks like it's, to be fair, honestly, looks like it's inches, but it's probably a bit more than that. What's the impact on 69 from that building? Just in context for what you're suggesting on the west side of the road, what's the impact on the east side of the road when this already exists across the road?
Well, it exists across the road because the zoning bylaws were different or there weren't any. AZ 64 was the very first bylaw that the city of Ottawa ever passed. And it lasted for a very long time. Got modified along the way quite a bit. So, and as Cheryl Parrott said, why would we want to repeat the mistakes of the past? I mean, we have refined our zoning bylaw in order to create more livable communities. And that side yard setback is part of a livable community. So we don't need to repeat the errors of the past. And we've learned from those errors. It's not enough. More space should be provided.
Yeah, no, I guess I'm probably on to Councillor Gower's point to playing devil's advocate a little bit on, but just what are the impacts between 69 to 57?
I don't know. We didn't look at that. I mean, it's not our job to analyze the.
Okay, I'm just curious.
And as I say, I think I agree with Cheryl. The character of the neighborhood is not high-rise buildings. The building to the north is, its address is Bayswater, but it really is part of the Main Street development. The lower part at the front was a restaurant originally, then it was a very bad bar, and now it's an office, thank goodness. So it's a very different type of development. It's a Main Street development in the good old days or bad old days, depending on your point of view. The high-rise apartment building was built when bylaws permitted such buildings to be built.
Right, but I'm not referring to the 17-story. I'm referring to the 7-story across the road, though.
Yes, and again, that the bylaws were totally different. I don't know the date of construction of that. Our community association only came on the scene in 1991, and it had been there for quite some time. I mean, I moved to Ottawa in the 70s, early 70s, and that building was there then. So it's been there a long time, and the bylaws were totally different, and the way people approached zoning, and the area of Hintonburg, a lot of it was considered a loss. I heard that from people when we did the original neighborhood plan in the 1970s. Oh, you know, there was 14-story zoning in Hintonburg along Wellington Street at that time. So life has changed, and we can't just say, oh, well, it's there. I mean, it is there. Can't do anything about it. I'm not proposing we get rid of it, but we should have learned from what didn't work and move forward with creating livable communities, preserving neighborhoods that work.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, Linda, as well about this this notion that the building is permissible because it's on the edge of the low-rise, ground-oriented residential neighborhood. At what point does the edge just creep up to Laurel, creep down to Gladstone? You know, we have an edge defined in our secondary plan by where the traditional Main Street zone ends, and it doesn't include these properties. You know, what is the potential that everything that is, you know, a couple hundred meters south of Wellington Street are going to be defined as the edge if this one moves through?
Well, yes, it makes you wonder. As I say, there is the 7-story building across the street. So, you know, we've got 6 stories, 7 stories. So another 6-story or 7-story building won't do any harm. It is worrisome. And I must say that this particular location is, I think, to use the term that Cheryl doesn't like, is unique in the sense that it is on a street where there are 2 high-rise or 1 mid-rise, 1 high-rise building. But it's not the only street, I don't think. I'd have to, you know, review. We have quite a few tall buildings, high-rise buildings that were built in the same era as the one at the corner. There are similar conditions, I think, where you could start to argue, oh, well, yeah, there's this, so we could just sort of squeeze in another one. It wouldn't matter if we went 6 stories or 7 stories because of what's already there. The reason we do work on these plans, and as Cheryl said, we spend a lot of time on community design plans, working with staff on zoning bylaw reviews, is because we care about what happens in the community, and we do want to see the community be developed. We have not, as I think many of you know, Hintonburg does not generally oppose intensification. We work with developers. We do try to come up with plans that work for the community, stretch the bylaw a little bit, or meet the bylaw if at all possible. But why would we keep on working on these things? I personally have refused to work on the official plan. I have no idea what the new official plan says, because I just couldn't face another official plan, given what I've lived through in the past few years. So yeah, I do worry. Precedent, although we're told nothing is ever a precedent, each case is argued on its own merits. Part of the merits tend to be what's already there.
It's it puts, there is no precedence in planning law, and yet here today we see that's exactly what we have in planning law is establishing new character for the neighborhood, and then defining what comes next according to the changes that we've allowed. It's bad planning. Linda, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Our next speaker is Alan Cliff.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Hi, and I've got my kids today, so I apologize if they are noisy. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to make a couple of points. My family and I live quite close to the proposal, and I support it. I think we need to approach this in the context of the two crises that we're facing. One, a crisis of housing and a lack of housing, and the fact that rents are simply too high in Ottawa. And second, the climate crisis and our need to reduce carbon emissions dramatically. And both of those are big problems that this committee cannot solve on its own. But one thing that the committee can do to address both problems is to approve new housing, add additional marginal units, especially in areas that are served by transit. And that's this project. So it's true that adding 6 stories instead of a shorter building will have some negative impacts on our neighborhood. It'll have longer shadows. It'll have a little bit more traffic on the alley. But if that's the price that we have to pay for more housing units that are transit aligned, that don't have very many parking spaces, that are close to a lot of existing amenities and a lot of the best green space in the city, if that's the price we have to pay, we should take that deal every day of the week. I just wanted to respond to a couple of other points that came up in the discussion. First, the idea that adding more neighbors is inherently bad seems problematic to me. It's true that if we have more neighbors, we'll have fewer, it'll be harder to find a parking spot. But it means that there'll be more people on the street at night. It means that there'll be more customers for local businesses. There are a lot of benefits to having more people in an area like Hinchinburg, especially one that's served by 2 LRT stations that are currently or are likely to be underused for some time to come. And then I guess the last point I would make. So it's true that the plan talks about avoiding undue adverse impacts and building a 6-story building next to an existing low-rise development. It's not a great impact, but the key word there I think is undue. And if you look at the existing structure next to it, how close they are, can we really say that this impact is not warranted? Can we really say that it's worth it to give up these additional units, these additional rental homes for people who could otherwise live somewhere much more remote with fewer amenities, with longer commutes? Is it worth it in this case to have a little bit of flexibility? So those were my comments. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Alan. There's a question from Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. And Alan, thank you very much for making a number of very legitimate arguments. They're exactly the questions that this committee and I are having to deal with in the the significant intensification that is taking place and that is causing consternation among residents who already live in neighborhoods that are being transformed by intensification. One of the things that you raised, though, I just want to delve into a little bit more. I am very sensitive to arguments against more residents. I have different conversations across different parts of our ward, and in some developments, I do hear very explicitly from residents that they're concerned about adding new residents into the neighborhood, too many people. I don't hear that in this discussion today. I'm not hearing it's going to add too many people because there are going to be too many people. Are you hearing that somewhere? Because I'm not hearing it from the community association. I'm not seeing it in the notes that are coming across my desk from the residents who are objecting to this one.
Well, I mean, that's good to hear. I'm glad you're not hearing that. I took that from Cheryl's slide, right? That if the objection is we've already got an extra 3,000 people, the implication is we don't want another 40 more. But if I'm misconstruing that, I apologize.
No, it's well worth exploring because as we go into, for example, the comprehensive zoning bylaw review in the next term of council, this is going to be something with which every councillor who's on this committee or who joins this committee is going to have to grapple with in a real way. I call on my colleagues to reject arguments that are based on too many people. I do share Cheryl's concern, though, that the added intensification over and above targets is likely to add further stress onto particularly our parks and green space. I don't have a lot of confidence that the city is going to be able to come up with a parkland acquisition strategy that will add more green space for us or add new parks. They are going to get busier, and I'm concerned myself. It seems like you may have a different perspective.
Well, I mean, I was just out cycling this morning on the Parkway, and there was lots of space. I mean, I'm sure it gets busy on a Saturday morning, but our access to green space in this neighborhood is better than almost anywhere else in the city. And having having even twice as many more residents in Hindenburg, there's lots of space out there. If you go out on the winter trail early in the morning, there's nobody there. We're 6 minutes away from the Rito Center by transit. We have great amenities, and putting additional pressure on them. I mean, the argument that that's not sustainable. I mean, is it sustainable to say, no, you can live in Barrhaven and drive in? I'm sure the Barrhaven amenities are under pressure as well. So if there's more people who want to live in Ottawa, I think there's no better place to put them than Hindenburg.
No, that's fair. I mean, I'm thinking about the pressure on Plant Bath, which is, jam-packed. The arenas, we're forced to drive out of our community in order to be able to get to an arena. The splash pads, it is starting to look like a lot of pressure. I don't want to use that as an argument to deny intensification, but it's something about which I am concerned is that we're not going to come up with the recreation amenities that are being enjoyed in newer neighborhoods. Alan, I know that you're speaking for at least some, and I appreciate you bringing perspective to the table today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Alan, for your presentation today. We're going to move back now to the applicants, Murray Chown and Taylor West. We have their slide presentation that we can load up on the screen. And Taylor, once you see the slides, feel free to begin.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Gower. Thank you. So good morning, members of the Planning Committee. My name is Taylor West. I'm a planner with Noatak. I'm joined by my colleague, Murray Chown. Next slide, please. So before we dive into the proposal, I'd like to bring your attention to the council-approved growth management strategy that has been implemented into the new official plan. It's expected that the city of Ottawa will grow by 402,000 people by 2046, and approximately 92,100 new residential units will be required within the built-up area by 2046 to achieve this population growth. So to help the city of Ottawa achieve this balanced growth strategy, intensification of existing established neighborhoods is required. Next slide, please. To provide a little more context, the subject property is shown in the image in front of you. It's located directly south of a 17-story high-rise apartment dwelling. Across the street from the subject property is the 7-story mid-rise building. There are planned 13, 28, and 30-story buildings in proximity to the subject property off of Somerset Street West. It's our opinion that proposed development is located in an area characterized by existing and planned tall buildings. Next slide, please. The slide in front of you shows the proximity of the subject property to light rail transit. It's approximately 390 meters away from the Bayview Light Rail Transit Station. It's approximately 6 to 7 minute walk. Similarly, the subject property is located approximately 470 meters from the planned Corso Italia Light Rail Transit Station, approximately an 8 to 9 minute walk. It's our opinion the subject property is located in an area with convenient access to public transit. Next slide, please. The image in front of you highlights the various amenities in close proximity to the subject property, which is about a 1 minute walk from Somerset Street West. There are various restaurants, commercial stores, personal service uses, bus stops, and a whole bunch of other amenities in close proximity to subject property along Somerset Street West. Next slide, please. The image in front of you shows the site plan. Bayswater is located at the top of your screen and a public lane is located at the bottom of your screen. Proposed development is a 6-story mid-rise apartment dwelling, which, as we know, steps down to 4 stories on the south side. Pedestrian access to the site is the front of the building. Vehicular access to the site is from the public lane at the rear of the building. There are 7 parking spaces at grade and 1 level underground parking, providing 11 parking spaces. A total of 40 residential units proposed. Our understanding is these units will be rental units and will contribute to the supply of affordable housing in the city. Next slide, please. Slide in front of you shows the site-specific zoning provisions sought for this proposal. The provisions at the top of your screen are those that we put forward, and the provisions at the bottom of the screen are those that municipal staff have requested to be imposed on site-specific zoning. The proposed development has been designed to be consistent with some of the design provisions of the R4 UP zone, as Mr. Rideau previously stated. The intent of the municipally initiated zoning provisions is to treat the proposed development as extension to the R4 zone. The intent of these provisions is to ensure the design of the building respects the R4 zoning provisions with respect to landscaping, windows, articulation, and the provision of larger units. Next slide, please. The image in front of you shows a landscape plan. There are 8 trees proposed on site, as well as the retention of the municipal tree located at the front of the building. Next slide, please. So the rendering in front of you highlights the context of the proposed development. It showcases the subject property in relation to the 17-story high-rise apartment dwelling to the north and the low-rise detached dwelling to the south. This slide showcases the transition between the existing high-rise building to the proposed mid-rise building to the existing low-rise built form. The proposed development gently steps the height down Bayswater to a low-rise built form that matches the low-rise built form further to the south along Bayswater. Next slide, please. Image in front of you shows the rear of the property from the public lane. Over 45% of the rear yard is comprised of soft landscaping, providing significant green space along the laneway. The proposal provides screens. Next slide, please. Thank you. The slide in front of you shows a rendering of the subject property from Bayswater. The front yard of the proposed development is comprised of 64% soft landscaping, which is far greater than the 40% requirement of the R4 zone. The proposed development helps the city of Ottawa achieve its goals for locating growth. The proposed development is located in an area that is well serviced by public transit and amenities. The proposed development provides an appropriate transition in building height. The proposed development has been designed to respect the intent of the R4 zoning bylaw provisions. It's our opinion that the proposed development is consistent with the provincial policy statement, as it supports an appropriate mix of residential uses to meet the long-term needs of residents in the neighborhood. It's our opinion that proposed development conforms to the old official plan by contributing to the range of housing types in the neighborhood within the general urban area and providing an appropriate built form in an area that is characterized by tall buildings. It's our opinion that the proposed development conforms to the intent of the R4 UB zone while rezoning to permit a mid-rise apartment dwelling. And it's our opinion that the proposed development is appropriate, considered desirable, represents good land use planning. I thank you for everyone's time. I would be happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Okay. There are several questions for you. Councillor Leeper is first up.
Thanks. So I'll just leave it at the one question, which is with respect to that side yard setback. The community has made it known for quite some time that they would like to see the side yard setback conform to the underlying zoning for which you're asking, the R5N, which is a 2.5 meter setback. Why wasn't that change made early on? My understanding is that you're too far down the road right now to make that change, and I understand the consequences of making a big design change at this point, but I do not understand why this would not have been proposed with the required side yard setback.
So, Chair Gower, Councillor Leeper, Murray Chown, and I will take a few minutes to respond to that question. I want to start by stating quite clearly that the application before you is not an application to amend the R5N zone. This property is not currently zoned R5. If it was, we wouldn't be here, and we would probably be moving forward with a development of a 9 or a 12-story apartment building on this site. The property is currently zoned R4UB. The interior side yard setback requirement in the R4UB zone is 1.5 meters. The recommendations that are before you today are to carry forward most of the R4UB zoning provisions, one of which is the interior side yard setback of 1.5 meters. As of right today, our clients could build a 3.5-story apartment building 1.5 meters from the south property line. The recommendation that's before you today from staff that we clearly support and strongly support, encourage you to approve, maintains that 1.5 meter interior side yard on the south property line, while allowing us to finish off the 3.5 stories and actually bring it to 4 stories. So what we're asking for in terms of what's permitted as of right is the exact same interior side yard setback that's permitted today. We're just asking for a little bit of additional height so we can finish off that 4th story. So you then have that transition going from north to south of 17, 6, 4, and 3.5. With this building designed at 4 stories on the south side, you're not going to see an application down the road saying, oh my God, they got 6, so give us 6 as well. We've made a clear statement in terms of the design of this building to transition from 17 to 6 to 4. So what's the consequence of increasing that interior side yard setback from 1.5 to 2.5? I very much appreciate the question that Chair Gower put to Linda Hode about the significance of the meter. And Linda, went on to say, it adds light, it creates space. From our perspective and from your perspective, I'd ask you to consider the impact on the building. The building, as you have heard, has got 40 units in it. Of those 40 units, 14 of them are 2-bedroom or larger. 35% of the units in this building are 2 bedrooms or larger. If we reduce this building by a meter, you will lose 8 of those larger units. And I think everybody around the committee table understands the importance of providing larger rental units in locations like this. So there's a tremendous impact on the building of giving up that meter. Now, the applications and the recommendations that are before you, as I say, were simply to carry forward the existing 1.5 meter interior side yard setback. The site plan that we've been working through with the city and have had some discussions, obviously, with the Hintonburg Community Association, actually provides more than a 1.5 meter interior side yard setback on the south. It does provide an interior side yard setback of just over 1.7 meters. We would be amenable to an amendment to the report that increased the interior side yard setback on the south side of the building from 1.5 to 1.7. But an increase of that yard from 1.7 to 1.5 to 2.5 has significant impacts on this project and the number of larger units and, quite frankly, the viability of the project. Happy to answer any further questions.
Councillor Leeper, any?
No, thank you, Murray. I appreciate the fulsome answer. I'm going to persist in asking councillors to insist on that 2.5 meter setback. It's there for a reason. When the building is over a certain height, or the wall is over a certain height, you know, the 0.2, I just don't see how that's going to be meaningful. Whereas, you know, the full meter I see is more important. Thanks, Chair.
Hey, Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Murray, for the presentation. Wondering on, did this one go to UDRP? Did they see this and comment? Maybe more a question for staff.
No, it did not. It wasn't required to go to URP.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just on the, we've heard a couple of times this morning around affordable housing, and you know, the affordability of rental. Building more rental is a good thing. The economics have changed significantly, where there was very little purpose-built rental being built previously. Now a ton of it is being built, and that's changed in the last 10 years. But on this, the affordability is always a question for me, because we often put up rental and say, I'm going to get more affordability from this, but usually those rental units are quite expensive. So what are we looking at in terms of rent here for the units that we're saying we're going to be putting up?
Through the chair, Councillor, I am not in a position to confirm rental rates, but our client is intending to take advantage of the program available through CMHC in terms of funding for this project, which requires a certain number of the units to be market rent units, so that a percentage of the units will be small a affordable in terms of the CMHC programming.
Okay, is that the rental construction financing
yes.
piece? Okay. I appreciate that, and I mean, that tool is always difficult. Doesn't really end up getting us the affordable housing we truly need in the city, but it is available. It is a federal initiative. I had worked on it previously in my old life, and it's needed to be a lot better at that time. We did mention that to them when they were putting this together, but I guess the concern is, you know, we talk about it being close to transit, and we talk about it being in a perfect area and a step down, but then the units aren't actually affordable. And that's really what we're getting at. You have no obligation to do that, but it's more of a message for city staff that we need to start doing this and making sure that we've got policies in place that see affordable units, truly affordable units come in, because just building more rental or putting up and displacing other units that we've got in the city doesn't usually add more affordability to the city. And so just thought I would comment on that, but appreciate the dialogue here, and thank you.
Okay, Councillor Curry is up next.
Thank you very much. I find I'm really conflicted on this particular application. I think I always find the photos helpful, and this one sort of said to me, this street is just slowly being taken over, really. And I understand why. I understand what we're trying to do as a city, and I understand all the points that have been made. I just think this is almost, whatever the saying is, death by 1,000 lashes, instead of ripping a Band-Aid off quickly or something. You know, the houses that are existing there, I don't know how much people will really like to live on that street as we gradually bring these buildings in. You know, going from 17 to 6 to 4 to, you know, then a house. I wonder what the long-term vision is. So my first question is, how long has the R4UB zoning been there in place?
Councillor, if I may, you cut off right at the end, but the long-term vision is for this neighborhood is established by the official plan, and is established by the R4UB zone that's in place right now. So the property immediately to the south is planned and zoned to allow for redevelopment as a low-rise 8-unit, 3.5-story apartment building. That's the vision of this street.
And my last question, maybe that was cut off, was how long has that R4UB zoning been in place?
Others will be better informed than me, but it's within the last 1.5 years, 2 years.
Yeah, so I mean, so what Councillor Leeper has to contend with always is that the zoning changes, like the original vision for that street was a neighborhood. Now we have transit close by, so now we're building bigger buildings. I realize this isn't big, you're not asking for much, 3.5 to 4. I understand that. I just think, I feel like, you know, this neighborhood now is so mixed, you know, a house beside a building, beside a taller building. You know, it almost would be better if there were no houses there. They were all 17-story buildings, close to transit. Think about what we design when we're designing, you know, Canada Town Center area there, that they're all the same because they're close to transit. But this is just sort of seems like a hodgepodge. So if the long-term vision is that, I don't know why, you know, we're doing a 4-story building when, you know, the next one is higher. It's just so mixed to me. I just don't think this is great long-term planning. However, I don't know that the change from 1.5 to 2.5 is a solution. It's almost like, you know, one small thing that makes it less bad, but then it makes for smaller units and fewer units. I don't know. I'm really conflicted on this because I don't think this is overall great planning for this street, but I understand the arguments that we want to have more housing, want to have affordable units, want to have it close to transit. I get all that. I just think this design here is not great for this street. Anyway, okay, I'll listen some more. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in for another item, but I've been listening to the councillor and delegations, and I felt compelled to jump in. Wondering if Murray is still on. Just is he? I'm not seeing him on screen. Murray,
Yeah, I'm still here, Councillor.
Okay, see you. Yeah. Are there these types of applications usually go through committee of adjustment? I know that the industry's not been happy with some of the results at committee of adjustment. Is that a symptom of that situation?
In this particular case, Councillor, because we're going from a low-rise apartment to a mid-rise apartment to allow the 6-story component of the building, we actually have to go through a rezoning from an R4 zone to an R5 zone.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Murray, I wanted to ask what the implications are. So the setback on both the north and south side right now under the zoning is 1.5 meters. Councillor Leeper and the community are looking for 2.5 meters. That's a difference of 1 meter. You've already said you can go to 1.7. So now we're down to 80 centimeters. Is there a possibility on the north side of reducing the setback, essentially shifting the building over by 80 centimeters? I understand the concern about a major redesign of the building would eliminate 8 apartments, according to you. Could it be as simple as a bit of a shift over? Because it seems to me there's not a big of an issue of space on the north side as there is on the south side. So could we just move the whole building 80 centimeters to the north?
An excellent question, Chair Gower, and it's something I actually asked myself yesterday or the day before as I was contemplating the Councillor Leeper's request. The answer to that, unfortunately, is that we need room on both sides of the building to carry surface drainage from the back of the site to the front of the site. And so if we shift the building, we can no longer carry drainage along the north side of the building. So I wish the answer was yes, but I'm sorry, it's no.
Well, it's too bad. I thought I'd found a solution to all of this.
Yeah, thank you for the question, though.
But explain to me, though, because 1 meter is not that much. 1 meter is the width of a refrigerator, the width of a door frame, the size of a guitar, the body and the neck. It doesn't sound like a lot. Could you not just, now it's not even a meter now, it's 80 centimeters. What are the architectural or structural constraints that would prevent you from distributing that 80 centimeters across all the units? I want to really question you on, does it really mean we just lose 8 units in this building?
Sorry, I didn't say you lose 8 units. I said you'd lose 8 of the larger units. They would end up, my expectation is we'd end up with smaller units, which isn't, I don't think is desirable. I think council has clearly made a statement, both in the R4U zoning, but also in the new official plan, that they want to encourage larger units. So you're going to lose larger units. And that's because, you know, the units are designed with fairly minimal sized bedrooms. You know, the bedrooms are 10 feet square. You lose a foot out of a bedroom, it no longer conforms to the building code. Your living rooms are at a minimum. So it's a very tight design as it is to get the 40 units with the larger units, which we're hoping to be able to bring to the market.
And is there any wiggle room on that north side? I understand you can't get rid of a whole 80 centimeters, but we're hearing from the community and from the councillor that that space makes a difference. Is there 50 centimeters to be had? Is there 60 centimeters?
Unfortunately, I don't have my civil engineers here. I know that it was a concern as they were designing the grading plan for this project.
Okay. Co-Chair Moffat.
Thanks. I was actually just opening up the your servicing stormwater management plan, but on that, I'm not sure. I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily be answered today because, like you said, you don't have your engineer here. But you have a 1.5 meter swale on both sides. Is that a hardscape swale?
No, it's softscape.
So I wonder if you could, you probably did. Your engineer probably did consider a narrower setback with a hardscape swale with, let's say, a piped drain with CBs. Just capture the water and distribute it from the front to the back, or vice versa, whichever way it's going.
There are depth issues. We can't carry that stormwater below grade and still outlet to the street.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you, Murray, and thank you, Taylor. What we're going to do before we go to questions for staff is we do have the motion from Councillor Leeper ready to put on the screen as a formal motion. So we'll put that up and Councillor Leeper, get you to read it into the record.
Thanks. You know what, I will read the full motion here. Whereas the recommended zoning includes a site-specific exception to the R5N zoning to allow a 1.5 meter side yard setback. And whereas the zoning bylaw for the R5N zone requires that for any portion of a building located within 21 meters of a front lot line, the minimum required side yard setback is 2.5 meters where the building wall is greater than 11 meters in height. And whereas the building wall height is 12.5 meters, and whereas the staff recommendation rationalizes the reduced setback as appropriate since the south side of the building of the proposed development is quote unquote effectively 4 stories in height, and whereas the zoning bylaw is clear that it is not the number of stories but the height in meters that creates the requirement for a greater step back, and whereas the building, if approved, would abut an R4 zone, and the effect of approving the recommended setback would be to move a mid-rise multi-residential building closer to neighboring ground-oriented low-rise residential buildings than what is currently permitted in the zoning bylaw. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to the report, Planning Committee amends Section 2B2 of Document 2 by deleting the distance of 1.5 meters and replacing with 1.5 meters on the north side and 2.5 meters on the south side, and therefore be it further resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to Section 3417 of the Planning Act.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. So questions for staff is where we're at now. Councillors have questions for staff. Well, maybe I'll start with a quick one. My question to the applicant was about that north side and any wiggle room. Can staff just comment would it be possible to reduce the setback on the north side? And are there any other concerns about a reduced setback on the north side in addition to the ones that the applicant had raised?
I'll start, Mr. Chair. On the north side where the tall building is, I think Councillor Moffat had brought up the idea of putting a pipe down there. If I believe there's, when you do that too, you'll need about 1.5 meters if they were to put a pipe for maintenance of that pipe to get in there and dig it up and fix it. Strictly from a planning perspective, if there's a right of way there and it's not a shared right of way, certainly you could move it. I mean, that's a good planning rationale for moving the building closer to the north, but it could also impact as well any of the glazing they might have along there. If you're less than, I think it's 1.2 meters or so, 1.5, it's the amount of glazing you can have on there, like for windows. So other than trying to create some more space on the other side, the south side, there could be some impacts.
And does staff have any comments on Councillor Leeper's motion?
I'll just, maybe, I don't know if Jeff or Lily want to add, but one thing, and I listened to Murray about the 1.5 meters. I think it's, well, let me start with Councillor Curry. What is the long-term intent for this street? Well, we have cumulative zoning in the city of Ottawa. So the long-term intent is everything allowed within that cumulative zoning, but at the upper end are low-rise apartment buildings. So council's long-term intent for this street could be all low-rise apartment buildings. Now, with respect to the 1.5 meters, if you look at zoning from across the city, Canada to Orleans to Barrhaven, a lot of the zones have setbacks of 1.5, 1.2 meters, 4 feet, 5 feet. And you can have a building that's 11 meters high. So in my opinion, from a planning perspective, what we're looking at is, because you could get 1.5 meters with a 3-story, 11-meter high building, this is 12.5. The impact is, what is that extra 1.5 meters do? That's really what you would have, because you could have this wall that was only 11 meters right there. So the impact is, what is that 1.5 meters? And they have stepped back the 5 and 6 stories to 5.3 meters from the property line to sort of hide that and sort of reflect what you would typically get for a development on many zones, as I mentioned, across the city. So from a planning perspective, the impact of that 1.5 meters, and staff do support the 1.5 meters, is minimal. So in terms of going to 2.5, I would look at it from the perspective I just said. There's a planning argument for keeping it at 1.5.
And can you just clarify, Doug, if the south side wall was 11 meters or under, 1.5 would be the allowable setback, but because it's now 2.5 meters, so it's now 12.5 meters high on the south side, so 90 centimeters taller, our zoning requires a 2.5 meter setback. So the applicant is looking for relief from that requirement because they're saying, well, it's only 90 centimeters taller, therefore it's reasonable to keep the 1.5 meters.
Yes, I think that's their planning argument, yes.
I hope I have it. Yeah.
I take a look at the rear yard too. It's quite a large rear yard. It's got green space and parking. So the impact too of this building on properties further to the south, it's a larger amenity area in the back and parking area in the back. So the building face along that side is shortened. So the impact is mitigated that way as well.
Why would there be that difference, that 11-meter difference as it is? And I ask this because I was recently out in my neighborhood with a bylaw officer, and they were measuring the driveway extension that was 80 centimeters too wide, and told a residents they needed to take out a row of interlock brick because 80 centimeters was too much. So, you know, we are very strict on bylaws when it comes to distance, even down to 10 centimeters here, 50 centimeters here. So I want to ask planners in their view why they think that in this case it's reasonable to give the 1 meter relief to this applicant when they do exceed the zoning, what's allowed in the zoning.
I think the way it's set up in the zoning is typically, and zoning is a, to quote other planners, a blunt instrument. And it's to capture, you know, more units, bigger buildings. So bigger buildings, you know, step them back. But in my planning opinion, what the applicant has done is he stepped back the 5 and the 6 to help to mitigate that by trying to capture on that wall what you would get from other forms of development in this area. It's just slightly taller. But why do we have that bigger step back? Probably because it's more units and you're thinking a much bigger building. But as I pointed out, doesn't, there's quite a substantial rear yard here as well that's not covered by building. So, which makes it, you can argue from a planning perspective, is compatible to have 1.5 meters on that side yard.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Councilor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the affordable housing front to staff, if there was an inclusionary zoning policy in the city of Ottawa, which we've talked about for a long time now, would this site be subject to it? Is it close enough in proximity to transit station and the provincial rules that hold up inclusionary zoning?
Off the top of my head, Councillor Gower, or Chair Gower, I'm not certain. I think what Jeff had mentioned, it's within so many meters, almost 800 or so from the transit stations, but I'm not, maybe Jeff can answer that.
It is 400 roughly from Bayswater.
Yeah. Okay, so it likely would qualify given the number of units we're talking about. We still don't have an inclusionary zoning policy in Ottawa. And the reason why I'm really looking for something is that that's not going to solve all of our problems. In fact, it will solve some problems, but not many. And there needs to be negotiation about affordable housing. Anytime a development comes forward, there should be discussion about it with that developer. So in this case, was there discussion with staff on the developer side on what they might be doing for affordable housing, how we can get more affordable housing into a development like this? We're talking about making sure we have unit counts, but if those unit counts aren't actually affordable, then I don't care about the 1.5 or the 2.5 because we're not putting up affordable housing. So if the units were affordable and we're then going to lose them, then there's more of a concern there. So was there discussion and back and forth on getting actual affordable housing in this building to bring it forward, even though they're under no obligation? But do we have those discussions?
We did. Sorry for the delay. I was hunting for the specific references. Ultimately, their initial submission made clear reference to the CMHC program they were looking at making use of. And I believe there was a reference of a given percentage of included units to be made below market rate over a given period, again, set by the CMHC program. That was really the extent of our discussion. On confirming that, really, other aspects of the proposal, such as massing and incompatibility, not really subject to those considerations.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Jeff. Why don't we know at this stage what it'll be like? I mean, they're saying they're going to go through CMHC for that rental construction financing initiative. When do we know whether they get it or not? Like, have they applied for it?
That is a excellent question. I wonder if Mr. Chown might be able to provide some clarity on that timeline for us. I suppose in the meantime, I will hunt for the particular reference.
Chair.
Joining.
Chair, if I can just jump in. So the planning review process doesn't necessarily connect to the applications to get the CMHC funding to the affordable units. Although we do work closely, where the applicants requires, and especially when our housing services department isn't involved. So we two departments do work closely to support the applicants to move forward. I see Marie is here.
Thank you for letting me back in, and I can confirm because my client is emailing me that we haven't applied yet, and we won't apply until we have a project. So we have to get through the zoning before we know we have a project, and then we'll make the application.
Okay.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Marie. I appreciate that. I guess just there should be an expectation at this committee that from now on, even though it's potentially goodwill because we don't have policies in place, which we should have in place by now, that there's affordable housing that comes with almost every application that comes to this committee, particularly if it would would normally be required under the inclusionary zoning policies in proximity to transit in our city. So just a note to our developer friends, our friends in planning, we really need to push that, even though there's no obligation, because we should be there as a city right now. We haven't gone there, unfortunately, and we've been taking our time with it, but we need to get there. And I think there needs to be more of an expectation that anything that comes here is more than just the CMHC financing as well, which we know is not actually truly affordable units for those low interest loans that would be provided by the federal government. It needs to be something that there's an expectation here. We ask about it on almost every single one. So I hope planning staff and our counselors and developers that come with us start to do that on a regular basis. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Menard. And we do have a report on inclusionary zoning that will be coming in June. So that's something to look forward to. Are there any other questions for staff? Murray, I see your hand up, but we are in questions for staff, and we have gone through our section with the applicant, but thank you. I have a question for the mover. The applicant said the implication of a 2.5 meter setback on the south side would be the elimination of 8 units that provide larger living spaces, larger apartments. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad trade-off, and I'd be interested in hearing your perspective, Councillor Lee.
Yeah, so I guess the answer provided by the applicant is what I would expect to hear. We will hear these kinds of responses in when we're taking down, the size of units or increasing step backs. I'm just not certain that it's necessarily the case, that there isn't something mitigate some of the impacts of putting in a setback that is ordinarily required in this subzone. Right? If this were an actual R5N building, it would require this setback, and the builder would have to deal with that. I don't want to lose numbers of units, but the actual size of the units, this is an extraordinarily attractive location if this building moves ahead. There are some sacrifices that people are making in terms of the size of units in order to live in walkable, transit proximate, amenity dense neighborhoods like this one. So to answer your question, Chair, I would ask members of the committee to vote their conscience on this. Do you necessarily believe that the number of units would be so reduced as a result of a 1 meter change in the setback? I'm cynical that that's the case, but there are members of this committee who have more experience than I do, who will have different perspectives, and each councillor is going to have to make up their own mind.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Any other questions for staff, wrap-up comments, or anything else before we go to the motion and the report? Okay, Kelly, can we do? Let's go to Councillor Leeper's motion first. Can we do a vote on that for clarity?
Yes, Chair. Councillor Brockington,
No.
Councillor Cluche,
No.
Councillor Curry,
No.
Councillor Dudas,
No.
Councillor Hubley,
No.
Councillor Kitts,
No.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
No.
Chair Moffat,
No.
and Chair Gower.
No.
2 yeas, 9 nays.
Okay, and let's go to the report recommendations. Let's do a recorded vote for this as well, Kelly.
Okay.
Chair, can I just ask a quick question here?
Yes.
Mr. Chown indicated at the beginning of his comments that he would be willing to cede 20 centimeters. Now that Councillor Leeper's motion has failed, can we just get an assurance from Mr. Chown that that will be done, or should we be passing a motion to add those 20 centimeters?
It's a good question. Councillor Leeper, I see you want to interject, so I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I wouldn't want to pass that motion on the fly here today without, working through the wording of it. But my commitment to the committee would be to make sure that I'm prepared with a motion along those lines in time for council, because I don't want to lose that opportunity.
Fair enough. That's good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Leeper. So for on the zoning bylaw amendment for 54, 56, and 60 Bayswater Avenue, on the report recommendations, Kelly, let's do a vote for that.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Cluche,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Menard,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Chair Moffat,
Yes.
and
Sorry,
Chair.
my internet. Yes.
Yes, I heard you. And Chair Gower.
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. All right, we'll move on to the second item on the agenda. It's a zoning bylaw amendment for 18 Louisa Street. We had held this at the request of Councillor McKenney. Now, we do have a staff presentation ready to go, and we do have the applicants here as well. Councillor McKenney, did you have questions for staff or a general comment? Just before we move forward, just wanted to get a sense of what you wanted to share with committee.
Yeah, I do. I have concerns with with what's in front of us. I've spoken to the applicant about it. I don't know if if they think that it would make their case to move forward with a presentation. I'm fine with that. But if you'll indulge me, I'll give you kind of in a nutshell what I'm looking for, and then you can decide whether to move ahead with more information or accept a direction that I would like to bring to committee. So,
okay.
Just a quick background. I know you've read the report, but the current zoning on this site permits a maximum height of 15 meters. And most of the surrounding properties are also zoned R4 UD, which is about 14.5 meter height. And this application is looking at a building that's almost 34 meters. So, while I'm not going to oppose the increase in height, or I don't necessarily want to oppose the increase in height, because I do think that at this location, given just to the east is another high rise, but to the north and south of this building, it is a low rise neighborhood, and I do believe that an increase in height can be accommodated. With a softening of the built form. I think to do that, and I've asked for this, is having proper step backs after the third story on the north and south side. That's the sides of the building that are facing a low rise residences on Louisa Street. So right now the step backs, I believe the latest ones are 0.5 and maybe 1, but they're not sufficient. It will not soften the north and south side. So we're not giving the proper attention to that pedestrian realm and to the podium. So I would like to provide direction that to staff that they work with the applicant before this application rises to council on May 25th to introduce a 2-meter step back on the north and south facade at the 3rd story. Yeah, this is, to strengthen the podium and ensure it reflects the scale and built form of the neighboring low-rise properties on both Louisa and Arlington. And with that, I believe that I would be able to support the application going forward.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKenney. So Councillor McKenney introducing a direction. Let's do this. The applicants are here, so let's give them their 5 minutes to present to committee, and then we can ask questions of the applicant and then ask questions to staff, and at that time get staff to comment to see if they'll accept that direction. So from the applicants, we have a number of representatives from FOTEN and from Holman Architecture and from Jennings Development. Not sure who from the applicant team is going to lead us off in the presentation. I see Patrick from Holman Architecture on my screen so far.
The others just might have to accept the prompt.
Okay, we'll give them a moment to come into the panelist room. And there's Gada from FOTEN. Gada, is it you or Brian walking us through the presentation?
I think Brian's actually going to start, Co-Chair Gower.
Okay.
He should be joining soon.
I believe he's coming on now.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Hi, Brian.
Good morning, co-chair, members of Planning Committee. Sorry I didn't get the prompt very quickly there, so I'm glad it finally came through. Sorry for my voice as well. I have a bit of a cold, but I'm going to be brief because I'd like to have Hoban have as much time, Patrick from Hoban Architecture, to have as much time to really help you appreciate the nuances of the design. So if I can move through these slides quickly, please, to the next one. So this gives you an appreciation for the location of the site. I think most people already understand it. Next slide, please. And this is some contextual photos. It's a very eclectic area of the city. This particular site has an existing, what is basically a former school site on it. And the plan is to renovate a portion of it and retain another portion, which currently and for some time now have a number of commercial community-oriented uses in them. A lot of medical and physio-oriented type uses. Surrounding it, yes, for the most part, it's a 3 to 4 story built context. You've got some institutional buildings, a lot of them actually churches in close proximity to the subject site. And the site itself is not what you'd say is a residential block itself. The surrounding units, if you will, buildings beyond the block is where you find a mix of residential and other commercial uses. Most relevant, or one of the most relevant considerations in this site context is the live building, which you can see almost runs an entire 2 city blocks to the immediate east of the property. And that building steps from 12 to 13 stories. Next slide, please. We're dealing with the old, if you will, but still current official plan really in terms of the planning policies and considerations for the site. On the left, you'll see Schedule D and the proximity of the site to the Corso Italia transit station. It's roughly 800 meters away, but it's a lot closer to the 2 transit priority corridors that are also shown on this image, which basically run along Gladstone and Bronson, and I think they're roughly 100 meters away from the subject property. And then on the right, you'll see the general urban designation that applies to the subject lands. Next slide, please. So we heard in the last presentation at some point that the general urban policies do allow for greater heights than the typical 4 stories to be considered. It wasn't quite represented properly, and it caused me to double check to make sure I wasn't remembering it wrong. But it doesn't require you to be on Ontario Main Street. It simply requires you to be proximate to taller buildings. And then there's an opportunity to exceed the 4-story. There is another piece of that same policy when you're on an arterial road and proximate to transit, excuse me, that you have the opportunity to go higher as well. So in this case, we're not on an arterial road, but we are, as I mentioned, right across the street from a very large, long, and 13-story, stepping down to 12 building. So a lot of the discussion on this development was really, should this height be developed with higher than 4 stories, and should we go as high as 12 or 13 stories to, basically match the live building? And in the end, we felt that the right planning approach was to seek effectively, it's a 10-story building only because of the small rooftop amenity area that you can see in white. So in my view, it's predominantly a 9-story building, and it transitions from that 13 to 12 to 9, stepping down to basically what's planned to be retained on the western side of the site, which is the 3-story existing building and the uses that are within it. So in my view, it's really managing that height transition on a site where it's appropriate to do so. Some of the building stats are here laid out here. You have 139 units proposed. 21% of those are 2-bedroom units, and those are predominantly on the ground floor. There's 87 parking spaces, 80 of which are below grade, and that's just barely meeting the minimum requirement under the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. And so these are the details of the zoning amendment. I won't go into them in any great detail, but you can see that we're basically taking it from an I1 institutional zone to an R5 zone. The height relates to the building, and effectively we're trying to maintain those uses, and they're not typically found in the R5, so we're adding them in. Next slide, please. And this is the point where I like to turn it over to Patrick.
All right, thank you, Brian. Good morning, everybody. So, what we're seeing here is our proposed site plan, but what I'd like to do is just skip over to the next slide, because I think what's most important on this site is really the notion of our massing strategy. And really the key point is the retention of the existing community services that exist in the on-site currently. And, from a permitted envelope standpoint, the sort of peachy box that you see on the screen there would be essentially our permitted massing that we would be allowed to build as of right. Obviously, you wouldn't necessarily build this particular form. So if you go to the next slide, if we look at a building that's actually a little bit more conducive to a building design, we could roughly get a yield of 116,000 square feet. Now, obviously, as I mentioned before, the intent really here is to retain the community services because it's a huge asset to the neighbors and to the neighborhood. So based on that, we wanted to develop a strategy that took the massing that was allowed, but relocated so that we can retain these important community services on site without any disruption. So we could build our proposed development and still retain those uses and allow them to remain operational.
Patrick,
slide, yes.
We're actually at the 5-minute time limit. I can allow you another 30 seconds just to wrap up.
Sounds good. I'll just keep it quick. So really, in terms of massing strategy, we redeployed the mass to essentially a 9-story building with a 10th-story amenity space. Next slide, please. And then through some building articulation, we allow some breathing room for the courtyard space. Next slide, please. And then just the next few slides are just demonstrations of how that building sort of responds to the existing context through the 3-story masonry podium that we have running along the base. Next slide. And just a few more illustrations of how that relates to the existing building. Next slide, please. Again, the corresponding masonry podium. Next slide. This is a sort of a typical floor plate that demonstrates the setbacks along Bell Street, along Arlington, and along Louisa. Next slide. And next slide, please. Next slide. So we'll leave it at there, and then I'm happy to answer more questions if there's anything else.
Okay, thank you. So we will go to questions for the applicant. I guess I'll ask maybe the obvious question. We have a direction from the counselor, local counselor, about looking at a 2-meter setback at the after the 3rd story between now and council for staff to work with you, the applicant. Can you comment on that and whether or not, or how feasible that may be for a additional setback?
I'll speak to the notion of the setback. I mean, architecturally, it's something that we can certainly look at. But from my client's perspective, obviously that means less area. And one of the challenges is how do we sort of recuperate that area? So from an architectural perspective, I think it's something we can address, but it's just making sure that we can address it in a way that sort of works with our clients' objectives.
Okay, are there any?
Sorry,
go ahead.
I just wanted to add a little bit more to that. I think there has been some discussions with Councillor McKenney and my client over the last week or so, as we learned that this was, her kind of fundamental concern. So we've been trying to inform her of, and I'll hope to inform the committee of what the sort of reality is on those 2 street interfaces, and then B, see whether she had remaining concerns. So on the A piece, what you have is a range of a combination, if you will, of setback and step backs that are in the neighborhood of 3 to 5 meters all the way around this building, depending on which street you're interfacing with. So there's at-grade setbacks that are significant to allow for street trees, and then there's smaller step backs introduced at the 3rd level. And from our perspective, it's well designed and it's a justifiable design as is. But having said that, my client has indicated a willingness between here and site plan, which they have to go through to explore. These are minimums, right, that you're going to establish in the zoning bylaw. So it doesn't mean that you can't build slightly less or step in later. I know most clients don't generally do that, but it's hard for us to know the implications of simply agreeing to that so kind of last minute here. And so his preference would be to not have that motion applied, but if there's a motion that would say that they would agree to explore it, he'd be more comfortable with that.
Okay, I just want to remind everyone to be mindful of pronouns for Councillor McKenney as well, they, them. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, I'm just wondering what the applicant is doing for affordable housing in this area.
I think I can take that. It's or actually Ken's registered, so why don't I give him an opportunity to speak?
Sure. So thanks for giving the time. So we are working similar to the last applicant that was on. We are working currently with the CMHC, the MLI Select program. We're in the same stage as we're intending to go forward with that program, but just given the stage of the development, we're in the same position in that process as the previous applicant that can't get finalized until after zoning.
Okay, well, hopefully our June meeting advances some of the policy around the inclusionary zoning piece, and we get to a better place for that. Obviously, there's a need here as well. And I'll just say as well that Councillor McKenney has been very, I think, straightforward about the support for this with a fairly minor change. I'll be supporting that. And I'd urge the applicant to make those changes of what is a reasonable request by the local councillor and residents in the area.
Thank you, Councilor Menard. Any other questions for the applicant team? Okay, I'm seeing none. So we'll move on now to questions for staff. Are there any questions for staff from the committee? Councilor McKenna.
Thank you. Thanks, Vice Chair. I know that my comments all the way through this process really did focus on those two step backs. I was pretty clear that, again, we are faced with, and for good reason, applications that allow for additional height. I get this is not additional density, but there's there really is nothing stopping the applicant from coming back in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years to ask for that additional height again, where they are retaining the original building. Is that correct?
Sorry, yeah, nothing would prevent them from coming back with a further rezoning.
Mm-hmm. So I think that, I just, to staff, through the process, did you have conversations with the applicant about that 2 meter step back to ensure that, again, we all want good housing. We all want rental housing. We all want density, but to accommodate it in a low-rise neighborhood, you really do have to pay attention to what's reflected in the public realm. And I just wonder if staff had those conversations, and what was the rationale for not requesting that through the approval process?
Co-chair, so we initially shared the same concerns that the ward councillor is expressing today, and we ultimately were satisfied with the larger step back being located on Bell Street instead of being located in this area here, and that was to essentially combat the canyon effect and the pedestrian environment that would have an impact on within the Bell Street frontage. Ultimately, we were satisfied with the what they were proposing on either Arlington and Louisa Street. Essentially, given that it isn't directly abutting these homes, and they are maintaining the 45-degree angular plane that is subject to high-rise buildings. It was mentioned that this is essentially what reads as a mid-rise building from the street level. They made efforts to include a nice podium that interfaces well with the street, with ground floor units that are accessible at the street. So I think it does interface really well with the existing low-rise. They did include, as mentioned previously, some level of step back. I'm not sure if a further step back would, if they stepped it back another meter, if that would really have that great of an impact. So at the end of the day, we were just, we had agreed with their rationale.
No more questions to staff.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff? So we do have a direction from Councillor McKenney. Essentially, it's for staff to meet with the applicant between now and council on May 25th, I believe, to take one last stab at increasing that step back. I believe I said setback earlier. I should have said step back. Are staff willing to accept that as a direction?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Pardon me, I'm having trouble unmuting there as the screen changes. Okay, thank you to staff on that. So on the report recommendations for the zoning bylaw amendment for 18 Louisa Street, are the report recommendations carried?
Dissent.
Carried.
Okay, dissent from Councillor Leeper. And then we'll see what's in front of us when this comes to council in a couple of weeks. Okay, thank you. The next item that we held was item number 3, which was the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 1186, 1188, and 1194 Wellington Street West in Kitchissippi. We have a public delegation registered, which is why we held it. We do have a staff presentation as well on this. So Steve Gauthier, I believe, is the planner. So we'll get your slides up on screen. We'll start with a presentation from Steve and then the applicants, and then we'll go to delegation. Morning, Steve.
Good morning. So the subject property is located at 1186, 1188, and 1194 Wellington Street West. Next slide, please. So you can see here the location map. So more specifically, the property is located on the southwest of the intersection of Wellington Street West and Parkdale Avenue. Next slide, please. So staff recommendation for this development is a 16-story mixed-use building. Next slide, please. So the secondary plan section that relates to this area is the section 11.3.3 Parkdale Park Area Policies, Traditional Main Streets. Next slide, please. So the zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the entire property to traditional Main Street subzone 11 with a specific exception and a schedule to address the site-specific conditions of development. Next slide, please. So you can see here the height schedule. So from it, you see area A, that would be 16 stories. You see area B, that would be 6 stories. And you see area D that wraps around, that would be 1 story. There's also a small area called area C along Hamilton, which would be 4 stories. You also see the marquees of the existing theater, now a church, that is to be replicated. It is shown as area E. Next slide, please. The proposed site plan essentially reflects the height schedule. Next slide, please. Okay, so the what you're looking at here is the you're looking towards the southwest. You can see the 1-story podium that I just pointed on the height schedule. You can see the 6-story component, and you can see the 16-story tower. What's important to notice is on the corner of Parkdale and Wellington, there's that small public plaza that is being proposed. Next slide, please. Now you're looking at the corner of Hamilton and Wellington Street West, towards the southeast. You see the 1-story podium that incorporates the marquee, the theater marquee. You do also see the transition on the west of the development. So the 1-story that wraps around, the 4-story component with glazing, and then the 6-story, and then eventually the 16-story. Next slide, please. So now we're looking at the rear of the proposed development. We're along Hamilton, and what's important to point at here is the existing laneway to be converted, to be upgraded, into a one-earth, to still connect Hamilton to Parkdale. Next slide. And here we're from a Parkdale perspective, also looking at the one-earth. And as you can see, there are proposed trees along Parkdale at the base of the development. So we're looking towards the northwest. I think there's one more slide. Okay, so What's important with that slide is the 45-degree angular plane. So it was measured from the side property line of the closest existing low density residential use. It was also measured from its rear property line, but staff has asked for the 45-degree angular plane to circle around to make sure if it captured the proposed tower. So as you can see, about 2 stories, just a small corner of the tower encroaches, but the windows for the portion that encroaches above are not aligned with the adjacent low-rise residential uses. So I think that's it for my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll come back to you for questions later on. We're going to move now to the applicant, representatives from the applicant. We have Paul Black from Foten, Simon Coe from Dialogue Design, and Kevin Harper from Minto. Give them a moment to get into the room and we'll get your slides started. Paul, are you leading off on the presentation?
Yes, I will be, Co-Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Black. I'm an associate with Foten Planning and Design. Here today with Kevin Harper, Director of Infill at Minto Communities, and with Simon Coe, partner at Dialogue Design, who's the project architect. I'll try not to duplicate too much of what Steve has run through, but I do want to just highlight a few points that I think are important. Next slide, please. So as you've heard, there's currently official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications before you. Site plan application will come in the future. Next slide, please. The original application was submitted in June 2021 after consultation with the Community Association and with staff. It was proposed as an 18-story building, as you see on the left-hand side here, with a 6-story podium, a tall ground floor that recreated the theater marquee. Through the last year of negotiations and discussions with community and staff, we've made, I think, some critical changes to the design, as you see on the right-hand side. These included removing 2 stories from the tower portion, so creating a 16-story tower, reinforcing the pedestrian scale of the lower floors through the recreation of the theater entrance shown here, but also wrapping that datum line around both the Hamilton and Wellington street frontages. Next slide, please. We also stepped down and articulated the podium along Hamilton to better transition to the future context along Wellington Street West and along Hamilton Avenue North to the low rise to the south. We also did some articulation to the tower based on comments from UDRP and staff to further break up and articulate the tower. Next slide, please. There are 3, I guess, important things that I want to just talk about for this property. The first is context. So the site has a bit of a unique context along the Wellington Street West corridor. It is a full block between Parkdale and Hamilton along Wellington Street West. It is bordered to the south by a public lane, a 5-meter wide public lane, and further south than that is the St. Albertus Church property. So it doesn't immediately abut any low-rise residential. It's also located 750 meters walking distance to the Tunney's Pasture LRT station, and Wellington Street West is a transit priority corridor immediately adjacent to the site. So that context provides important considerations when we're talking about transition and how the building would fit into the community. Next slide, please. So in terms of policy context, the site is a traditional main street along Wellington Street West. The official plan generally permits heights up to 9 stories. There is a policy regarding a request to increase the height and 4 criteria that are to be met through that or as part of that request. We have detailed that in our plan rationale, and I'm happy to answer questions on how we meet those criteria. For the secondary plan perspective, the corridor is generally envisioned as a 6-story corridor, but it does make provisions for 9 stories at the corners, at 2 key corners, the corner of Parkdale in Wellington and Holland in Wellington. to permit up to 9 stories where community benefits are provided. Next slide, please. Our proposed development seeks to redistribute the 9-story mass that would be permitted on the site into the proposed high-rise and low-rise podium. Next slide, please. So we push down on the 9 stories adjacent to Hamilton Avenue and remove much of the density from the southwest corner of the site and relocate that density onto the tower portion closer to the intersection of Parkdale and Wellington. Next slide, please. In terms of community benefits that have been provided, the Wooner concept on the rear lane and widening that rear lane to be an active transportation mid-block connection while also serving the building away from the street is one of those. Next slide, please. We've also done a plaza at the corner of Parkdale and Wellington and widened the sidewalk along Wellington Street, both of which are noted in the CDP as community benefits that would be desirable. The project also triggers Section 37 and makes contributions to the Affordable Housing Fund for the ward. Next slide, please. This is just a view of the Wooner, which I believe Steve showed as well, but this is the rear of the building. So I'll just jump to the next slide. And I think the last point I want to really highlight is transition. So Steve talked a little bit about this, but the proposed development uses an angular plane to assess transition from Parkdale, from Hamilton, and from the south. Next slide, please. So this just shows how the podium, the 6-story podium with reinforced with the the single story ground floor and 2-meter step back above reinforces the pedestrian scale along Wellington and transitions into Hamilton. Next slide, please. See here the angular plane which Steve showed, showing the impact of the tower and pushing the density away from the low-rise residential along Hamilton, and the articulation of the podium as it steps down to a single story along Hamilton Avenue North, again to transition to the low-rise community to the south. Next slide, please. I believe these are views that Steve showed in his package, so I do see I'm out of time, so I'll leave it there, and I'm of course happy to answer any questions along with Kevin and Simon.
There we go. Thank you, Paul. You're right on time. Appreciate that. We're going to go now to our delegation. We have Cheryl Parrott registered, and then we'll come back to the applicant for questions and staff for questions as well. So Cheryl is with us again. Hi, Cheryl.
Hi there. Thank you. The HCA opposes the amendments to the current official plan, the Wellington Street West secondary plan, the new official plan, and the zoning bylaw that this development is requesting. The Wellington Street West secondary plan, which has been brought forward into the new OP, limits the height on Wellington to mid-rise height. This is a high rise. The maximum height allowed is 6 stories with a consideration for 9 stories at certain designated spots like this, where the community benefit is provided, so 9 stories. This location, the building on the opposite corner that's just been completed was able to successfully build to 9 stories. The other corner is an older OCH building, it's 9 stories. So 9 stories would add consistency, 16 does not. Had the province passed the new OP in the 120-day window, then my understanding is this secondary plan would not be able to be amended for 2 years. The Urban Design Review Panel states they remain concerned with the tower component. They felt that there were the 2 9-story buildings on the other 2 corners of Parkdale, and that by adding a 16-story building on the corner would be overwhelming from a pedestrian and street view perspective, and we agree with that. A few other concerns. The bike parking, we're glad to see it's a 1-to-1 ratio, but recommend that it should be higher than this. parking for 139 vehicles. This is a tremendous amount of traffic to add to Hamilton and Tyndall, both small residential streets. Parkdale, which we usually call a parking lot for a good part of the day, will be the last choice for entrance and exit. So Hamilton will see a substantial increase in traffic, and there has been nothing proposed to mitigate that. The rationale for extra height is proximity to transit, yet 139 parking spots are provided. A disappointment. There are only 8 3-bedroom units provided, and that's just 3% of the total. This falls short of the new OP minimum of 5% and really short of the 10% target for a Main Street corridor. As stated in my previous presentation for Bayswater, there are already 3,800 units approved or in the process of approval in Hittenburg. This will come close to doubling the number of units in our small community. And as stated previously, Mr. Wise stated the level of intensification in communities such as Hintonburg is not sustainable. And we agree at 960 units per hectare, that's well above the new OP minimum requirement of 120 units per hectare for a main street, and more than triple any hub or protected major transit station area requirement. The Parks and Rec Master Plan has no plans to purchase any more green space for parks or add recreational facilities or infrastructure in our area over the next 10 years. So this is inappropriate intensification, and we ask you to reject this plan and keep it at 9 stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Councillor Leeper has a question.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. And I'm gobsmacked we're in this place this morning talking about a 16-story building at the corner of Parkdale and Wellington when we have well-established plans for the neighborhood. This isn't Holland Scott. This isn't on a couple of big arterial roads. But I guess, Cheryl, the question I would ask is, this is 2 lots, right? There's the Rexall in the parking lot, and then there's the former cinema, the church. Do you agree with the developer's rationale that there are, a sort of as of right 9 stories at the corner of Hamilton on the second lot, the old cinema, that can just be transferred over to the corner?
No, this is not a density transfer situation whatsoever. That part of Wellington is 6 stories. There was consideration for 9 stories at the Parkdale Wellington corner, but not on the rest of Wellington, not at the Hamilton Wellington corner at all. So this is not a density transfer situation as they mentioned in the report. That is untrue.
Yeah, it's this is 2 different lots, and you can't assume that the cinema lot, the theater lot, would be 9 stories.
No.
That should be constrained to 6 stories. There's no density here to be transferred over to the corner. 9-story gateway is what's contemplated here. When did we do our secondary plan for this neighborhood, Cheryl?
So the secondary plan was 2011, I believe, but it has been brought forward and updated and is currently in the new OP as is, with just a few changes in words to make it comply. But the components of it have been brought forward into the new OP. And as I stated, my understanding is had the OP already passed, when the provincial government should have, that this plan could not be amended for 2 years.
There's just one more question for you, Cheryl. I was struck during the, I believe it was Mr. Gauthier's presentation, that they're seeking a TM, a traditional Main Street zoning with a site-specific exception. Can you reconcile a 16-story building on a walkable traditional Main Street as being a traditional Main Street building?
Absolutely not. And my understanding of sitting through all those new OP meetings was that that was not contemplated even in the new OP, that traditional main streets would go to a high-rise level. My understanding is they would be maintained at mid-rise, which is the 9 stories.
Yeah, that was my impression as well. Is we passed an official plan that said on our traditional main streets, our real traditional main streets, not those arterials, but the real traditional main streets we have in the city, we're going to maintain those at a human scale of 9 stories. Anyways, I've got a number of points to make around this one. Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Cheryl from the committee? I'm seeing none. Thank you, Cheryl, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Let's, we'll go back to the applicant team for questions for the applicant team. Any committee members with questions here? Councillor Leeper?
Yeah, thanks. I will just ask about something, and I don't want to hide the fact I live halfway down the block. I'm on Hamilton, and I'm hearing from my neighbors about the site plan and traffic. Clearly. And I'm coming into this morning's debate a little bit upset after trying to get through the Parkdale-Wellington intersection and having it blocked again by a vehicle. And people can see my tweets with the video. There's no real way to get out of this development for much of the day, except to go down Hamilton, then got caught at Tyndall, then get caught trying to get back onto Parkdale in order to get out of the neighborhood. In the site plan process, I have been speaking to you on behalf of my neighbors for months about trying to mitigate the amount of traffic that is allowed down Hamilton Avenue. In the site plan process, I would love to hear a commitment from you folks to really start getting serious about redesigning the egress of your Woonerf onto Hamilton Avenue to redirect that traffic onto Wellington and Parkdale. Can you commit to me that we'll get much more active on that?
Kevin, I don't know if you want to speak to that. I mean, yes, traffic is expected to come out onto Hamilton. There's no doubt about that. And traffic in the area is a challenge. We're well aware of that. We have provided an outbound access to Parkdale, which is obviously still not ideal. I understand that, but it does remove some of the traffic trying to get out and go south on Parkdale from Hamilton and Tyndall, that move. But I'll let Kevin speak to the commitments. I mean, I think, I'll let him speak to the commitments on how to mitigate that move south.
Thanks, Paul. Co-Chair Gower. Councillor Leeper, I just want to put the traffic situation into perspective here. We're talking about 41 trips in the AM peak hour, which is an hour and a half, as you know, and 61 trips in the PM peak hour. So we're talking about a car every minute and a half, which I think you'll agree is probably a worst case scenario. Anyone who stands outside of 1040 Wellington and looks at the traffic coming in and out of that garage would be pretty impressed by how low that number actually is. The fact of the matter is, this site has a transit score of 86 out of 100. It has a walk score of 91 out of 100, and it has a bike score of 99 out of 100. And considering we're providing, 1 month Presto passes for new residents, we've got on-site car share, we've got 1-to-1 bike ratio, and we're within 750 meters of Tunney's Pasture Station. I don't think we're even going to see those numbers. Granted, I completely understand the traffic in that area is a nightmare, and obviously through site plan, we'll do our best to see what we can do to kind of tweak how vehicles enter and exit the site. But really, it's not this applicant's job to solve the problem that already exists in this area. The city's spending billions on LRT to support this very kind of development. So all of which to say, Councillor, of course, we'll work with you very closely during site plan to address those concerns.
Okay, that's what I was looking forward to hearing. The big question for me, I mean, these are 2 lots. It strikes me as inappropriate to consider that there's an as of right 9 stories that you can transfer over as a density transfer to the corner lot from the Hamilton adjacent lot. How do you justify that? It's, you know, this is supposed to be a 6-story walking traditional Main Street.
So through you, Co-Chair Gower, in our opinion, we have a corner lot. This is 3 lots. The lots have been consolidated. It is now officially 1 lot. Our understanding and our take on this has always been that we could otherwise be approved for 9 stories on this site, just the way the Reichman retirement residence was on the opposite corner. Granted, we'd still be looking at changing the official plan as well as the zoning to bring kind of the western half of the site up from 6 to 9. That being said, staff didn't agree with that approach and asked us to run the distribution on the massing and floor area on a 6 to the west, which we were proposing anyway, 2 and 9 in east. And even when we did that, you know, staff agreed that the uplift in floor area is negligible. It's not different. So whether we're doing 9 across or we're doing 6 to 9, the density on this site is pretty much the same. And the fact is that putting that density on the corner, considering the unique characteristics of this site, having no low-rise residential behind, unlike pretty much every other TM site in the city, there is no impact. The plan already calls for a taller corner. All we've done is carve out the western side of the site extensively to lower the building and lower any potential impact in east transition on Hamilton and shove it on the corner, which is a very busy corner.
The corner has been anticipated to be 9 stories, in keeping with our traditional main streets and in keeping with our new official plan language around height on traditional main streets. So obviously we're not going to agree on that one, but I'll look forward to hearing more from my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. The UDRP did look at this one. It's a design priority area, and they had specific comments similar to what Councillor Leeper has been talking about. I recognize some of those have been adjusted in your application and appreciate that. But they remain concerned here about the proximity to walkable neighborhood, to public realm, and the look and feel of this building and the massing and height here. And so I do want to just touch on that. Did you not feel that it was necessary to respond to the UDRP's comments around those particular elements?
I can respond to that through you, Co-Chair Gower, and Simon Coe might be able to back me up. But Councillor, I think we absolutely have here, and to be quite honest, I think lately the written decisions of the panel discussions don't always reflect the actual discussion during the panel session. I think the panel was clear that otherwise, other than the concern, the policy concern over high-rise on a TM, they were very supportive and liked this development a lot. And I think we're bringing a lot to this site in terms of public realm. You know, we have the Pops on the corner, which is over 2,000 square feet. We're refinishing, you know, I think over 2,200 square feet of the rear lane. We've got a full 360 design, the complete replication of the theater marquee, circa the 1950s kind of glory days. And then the extensive articulation of that 6-story podium along Wellington Street, and then 1-story along Hamilton and the rear lane Wooner. So I would suggest, Councillor, that we've very much responded to UDRP's comments and input on this, both during the informal and during the formal review. Simon, I don't know if you have anything that you'd like to add on that.
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Councilman Menard. I just want to echo what Kevin said. We did actually make a lot of adjustments according to the comments. And I do want to emphasize that the tower is actually fully set back 5.5 meters from the property line, way back than the podium is sitting. And the podium, the 6-story podium, is actually addressing the traditional Main Street with a comfortable height. And the reason that the building got taller was because of the ground floor. We do have a fairly high ground floor to address to that 8 meter frontage on Wellington. So I think all that actually adds to the feel of the design, and also the way it sits on this neighborhood and the way it adapts to the different height. For example, the major heights were on Parkdale. And like Kevin was saying, we are actually stepping down, we're carving out the mass on the west side to address the Hamilton side. So I just want to add that for your information. Thank you.
I appreciate you adding that. I mean, I do see it's there on page 55, what their comments were and response was, and it's very clear that they still have remaining concerns, page 55 of the report. I do appreciate the other context. On the 45-degree angular plane, I see the second last picture, or last picture has the 45-degree angular plane there. Is that being met on what we, maybe I'll ask this to staff later on, but in terms of just the traditional 45-degree angular plane, it doesn't look like we're actually measuring it against all of the other buildings in the area. It's just on one particular side there. So I wasn't sure if that was being met in terms of high-rise design guidelines in this area.
Yeah, I can speak to that through you, Chair Gower. It is implementing the high-rise guidelines. So it's just in this case, again, the context is unique in that it doesn't actually abut any residential zone. That the property to the south is a church. It's a low-rise institutional use. And then along Parkdale, you have that existing high-rise building at 420 Parkdale. So there's no angular plane from an adjacent high-rise. So it's from that 49 Hamilton lot. We were asked to look at it towards Wellington, towards Parkdale, and then draw that sort of line between to see how it relates to the tower itself. So it is set at 11 meters high, which is the zoning for Hamilton, and 45 degrees up per the guidelines.
Okay, thank you for that. Does seem very close there in proximity to those other properties with that 45-degree picture that I was looking at. I appreciate the response, though. The traditional main streets used to be a 6-story limit. It was changed just at the end of last term of council in 2018 as a result of a change to, there was an OP amendment, and it changed it to 9. A lot of people didn't realize that. The official plan then formalized that 9 on our traditional main streets here. And so I remain concerned about the public planning that we're doing to have some consistency that's being overridden by what seems like applications that come in to change our planning and secondary plans, our planning around official plans, and of course we just have the new official plan that's just been implemented. So I remain concerned about that. We need to have a publicly planned city, and there's a reason why plans exist, and this is just newly minted. The last comment, I'll just make a question, I guess, Chair, because I'm kind of going into comments here, is around the affordable housing. So you did mention we're spending billions on light rail, and that it's important to realize those benefits. I couldn't agree more. One of those major benefits that they keep talking about as part of that is near light rail stations and major transit hubs to have a lot of affordable housing. So how much affordable housing are you adding here? And if you could be as specific as possible.
Through you, Co-Chair Gower. Councilor Menard, this is, I think Murray Chown referred to it earlier as a small A affordable building. There will be an affordable component in that there will be units that are easily accessible by someone who is earning, or a household that is earning the annual median income. So just to be clear, we always do an analysis on affordability on our projects. On this particular one, we looked at the annual median income, or AMI, for the ward we're in, plus the 5 wards that abut Kitchissippi ward.
and the AMI is around $81,000, which would be, I think at 30%, $24,000 or $25,000 a year that would be allocated to rent. And our analysis at this point shows that about 40% of the units in the building would be accessible to someone earning AMI in this larger area. Granted, as with any market rate project, those are going to be smaller units. There's no intent here to have 2 or 3 bedroom units as affordable. I know there was an earlier comment about the low number of family size units in this project, and I would disagree. Through our negotiations with city staff and the council on Section 37, we're proposing 16 family sized units in this building. So 8 3-bedroom units and 8 2.5 units, whereby the den has to achieve a bedroom size, I think at least 9 by 9. So we've committed to that as part of the site plan to provide those units. As you know, there's no affordability assistance from the city. As you know, Minto Group has significant projects in Toronto, both condominium and rental, and we're pursuing fully affordable projects with the City of Toronto. City of Toronto actually has DC credits on purpose-built rental projects and provide about $45,000 a door in funding for affordable units and multi-purpose rentals. So Ottawa's just not there yet. We'll get there through IZ and through other programs, but I can say that there will be a fairly significant portion of this building that is accessible to someone who is earning the AMI.
Okay, I mean, that's not affordable. It's just it's not actually truly affordable housing. This is the same argument we're getting around Lansdowne around average market rents, which will be 135% potentially of what the city is. And so it just we keep saying we're building it near transit, we're doing all the right things here, but without the actual affordable housing element there needs to be a contribution back from developers who are going above and beyond what the zoning, the official plan, the secondary plan is saying. And to do that, if we're building in these types of areas, we need to make sure that the negotiations include robust, lower than market, actual, truly affordable housing. And so, I'm concerned about that. And of course, the usurping of what we just put out in our new official plan for traditional main streets on this one. But anyway, those are more comments. So thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councilor Menard. Councilor Hubley.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I want to acknowledge the work that staff have put into getting us this far with this file. However, I also want to let it be known that at this point, I'm not supporting this. I don't think it's a finished product yet. I hear what Councillor Leeper has raised as very valid concerns here. And so what I'd like to do with your concurrence is move deferral to give Councillor Leeper a chance to work with staff and the applicant to try and get this across the finish line to something that I think we would all support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hubley. Are there any questions for the applicant? Any more questions for the applicant? If not, we can chat right away about this motion from Councillor Hubley. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Alan, for moving that. I get the sense in my discussions with colleagues around the table that everyone seems to understand that this is a pretty wild proposal at 16 stories on a traditional main street. And honestly, I'm wondering whether just to see this move to a vote right now and reject it outright. I don't know what my chances are of winning that vote, though. So I'm going to support Chair Hubley's motion to defer this. And what I hope the developer is hearing is that, this planning committee intends to defend the integrity of its traditional Main Street zoning. I would look forward to having some conversations on a not just tweaked basis, but a very, very different basis of what to do with this property. So I'm willing to take that flyer and continue the discussion. But like I say, I think if we proceeded to a vote, there's a really good chance that we would simply reject this one outright. So Councillor Hubley, I'm going to support your motion.
Thanks, Councillor Leeper. Now, Councillor Hubley, we would need a date for deferral. I'm not sure that 2 weeks to next planning committee would be enough. So could I ask the clerk's office on their advice for a deferral? Do we need a specific date on it? Can we leave it open-ended, or how should we approach the question of when we reconsider this?
Chair?
I will let Mr. Mark respond in the event there are any specific Planning Act implications to this one.
Chair, I was actually seeking to type a statement on this as this was going forward, but I ran out of time. Chair, normally I would recommend deferring to a fixed date, but in this case, where it seems to me, having listened to the discussion in committee, that the outcome of such discussions is somewhat unclear, that leaving it open-ended is probably appropriate. The one, if it is a downside, the one downside to that is notice of it coming back to me would have to be given to the public, but that is the one additional step that would have to be taken if it's not set to a fixed statement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mark. So no fixed date required. Councillor Curry, you have a question?
I was just going to say I wasn't going to support this as it was anyways. I don't know what the vote would end up either, but this is beyond, I think, to Councillor Leeper's points, beyond what could be expected. I think that would be reasonable. And to Councillor Menard's comments, we do have rules for a reason. We do have a plan for a reason. I would hope that there would be a message sent here to come back with something more reasonable. So I also certainly support this deferral, but I don't know that I would have supported it otherwise. Like the motion, I wouldn't have. So if this is the best way to go about this, then that's what I'll do, I guess.
Councillor Hubley?
Sorry, Co-Chair, I just want to say, I think Councillor Curry is on the same page as me with this, but to address Councillor Leeper's comments, it's a roll of the dice on whether it's going to pass or fail. I think what I'm taking away from this is you're not that far apart here, that there is hope that, you can, Councillor Leeper can achieve what he's trying to do here, while the applicant will still have a proposal that can get approved, sometime in the next little while, so that they can go ahead with it. If we reject it outright, they're back to square one with this. And I hate doing that. Our staff are already overworked. I know they put a lot of good effort into trying to make this work. So in recognition of how close it is, I prefer the deferral instead of the vote and taking a risk with that. So that's why I moved deferral, Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hubley. There's also the issue of Section 37, which could be a factor when that's replaced by the community benefits charge as well. So I think there's still some urgency to determine this. But Mr. Mark, could you clarify? I mean, there's significant contribution through Section 37 here. Is there any risk in deferring with that part of the agreement?
There is, Chair. At this time, it is anticipated that the community benefits charge bylaw will be enacted no later than July 6th. In order to get benefits under the old Section 37, the bylaw would have to be enacted by June the 22nd. I was aware that's already tight for this particular matter to occur. It would have to get back to committee no later than the first meeting in June to have any, and that would mean the agreement would have to be done and the bylaw enacted by June the 22nd.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mark. Councillor Leeper?
Yeah, if I may, I mean, it's still going to be subject to the new CBC, correct? So the benefits on this, I've defaulted to a certain extent on the Section 37 benefits here, where I am trying to use a lot of the Section 37 benefits that are going into our ward housing affordability fund, which is a kind of default for me. And then, you know, there's not a lot of community investment right now in some of the other Section 37 benefits that have been described. So it's, as long as it's subject to a CBC, which is critical to me, I personally consider that less of a compelling reason to rush this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington on deferral.
Thank you. I support it for all the reasons already listed, so I'm not going to get into that debate again, but my expectations are, I don't know if the applicant can turn that around that quick. If they have to give this project a haircut, you have to go through a whole economic analysis. You have to get new architectural plans. This is going to take some time. So for all the reasons that Councillor Hoobley has stated, I agree with. I'd rather try it again than refuse it. But just keep in mind, you just can't generate a new version the very next day. It's quite a process, and it's going to take some time to have this come back to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments on Councillor Hoobley's deferral motion? Then on deferral, is that carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Okay, thank you. I believe we have two more items that we held. So the next item is a zoning bylaw amendment for 700 Coronation Avenue. That's number 5 on the agenda in Alta Vista. We have 2 delegations. We'll start with a short presentation from planning staff, and then we'll go to the applicants and then to our delegations. So we have Katie Morfitt from our planning department. Welcome, Katie.
Good morning, or I should say good afternoon, chairs and members of committee and staff. I am Katie Morfitt. I am the planner and file lead for this application. The application before you today is a zoning bylaw amendment to implement infill development of a low-rise residential building at 700 Coronation Avenue. A site plan control application for this development has been circulated and reviewed concurrently with this application by staff. Staff are recommending approval of the rezoning request. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the Alta Vista neighborhood on the south side of Coronation Avenue between Russell Road and Botsford Street. Next slide. Approximately 3,400 square meter, approximately 3,400 square meter parcel is currently developed with 1 3-story, 30-unit residential apartment building on the east half of the lot. The west half of the lot is currently occupied by a parking lot and landscaped area. Next slide, please. The property is surrounded by commercial and industrial land uses to the north and northeast. The Ottawa train yards further northwest, and low-rise residential development to the south, west, and southeast. There is an existing bus stop serviced by OC Transpo located approximately 50 meters to the west of the site. It is also approximately 250 meter walking distance from the Industrial Avenue Russell Road intersection. The subject site is designated general urban area in the city's official plan. This designation provides opportunities for intensification through infill development. Next slide, please. This site is also identified as neighborhood within the Alta Vista Faircrest Heights Riverview Park secondary plan subject area. This plan sets out that new developments be visually and functionally compatible with existing development and speaks to retention or replacement of existing mature vegetation. Next slide. The site is currently zoned residential 4th density subzone N, which permits a wide range of low-rise residential uses, including a planned unit development and a low-rise apartment. Next slide. This is a copy of the current proposed lot layout plan for this site. As you can see, the existing 3-story apartment building is located at the top of this image, and the proposed 4-story apartment building is at the bottom. This site is to be developed as a planned unit development with the proposed internal driveway, 40 underground parking spaces, 5 at-grade parking spaces, 34 bicycle parking spaces, and outdoor amenity areas serving residents of both the new and the existing building. The applicant has also indicated they intend to seek CMHC funding for affordable units. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to consider approval of an amendment to amend several performance standards of the existing R4N zone to accommodate the proposed development and to ensure a future severance of the property won't create a zoning compliance issue. These performance standards are to consider the entire lot, one lot for zoning purposes, to reduce the minimum required amenity area from 456 square meters to 406 square meters, to reduce the minimum rear yard setback for the existing building from 7.5 meters to 4 meters, to reduce the interior side yard setback from 7.5 meters to 5 meters, and to reduce the minimum required setback between a residential use and a private way from 1.8 meters to 1 meter. Next slide, please. There are several supportive policies that led to this recommendation. First off, managing growth within the urban area. Although the official plan has identified target areas for intensification, this section speaks to supporting compatible intensification within the urban boundary, including areas designated general urban area. Additionally, it notes that low-rise intensification will be the predominant form of intensification within the urban area. Regarding urban design and compatibility, the proposed high-quality building will help frame the public realm and help achieve compatibility. The proposed articulation and change in building materials will create a well-designed low-rise building that will help complement and enhance the character of the area. This will also create visual interest and help reduce the impact of the massing. Building wall articulation and setbacks on the 4th floor will further reduce the impacts of the massing between the proposed development and the low-rise buildings to the west. Regarding the secondary plan, the proposed development meets the policy direction as the development is compatible with the existing building on the property. Furthermore, the proposed site design has been developed to ensure the retention of existing mature trees on the subject property, and additional vegetation has been proposed on the lands for both aesthetic and privacy implications. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Katie. We have 3 representatives from the applicants registered, Scott Allais and Matt McElligott from FOTEN and Mark Farrell from Inspired Developments. Not sure who's leading us off from the applicant team. We'll give them a moment to join the room and get the slides up.
Good afternoon, co-chair and committee. I'll be directing the presentation. So Kelly, if you could please, thank you. Perfect. That's great. So yeah, I'm a senior planner at FOTEN, and I'm here, as you noted, with Matthew McElligott, and the client is doing his best to be available. He's in the midst of a conflict, so whether we hear from him or not is unclear, but either way, we're prepared to speak to the item. So I'll begin my presentation. Ms. Morfitt did a great job laying out a lot of the nature of the application, so I may skip over or be brief in some of these slides. So if I could just get the first slide, please. Thank you. So of course, similar to the description provided, here's the lot identified. Just a little more on the surrounding context. If you look to the north, you'll see some light industrial, low-rise buildings, and then further north, not shown on the map, is the train yards retail complex. To the south and east, you have an established planned unit development. It's a condominium. And then if you look to the west and further southwest, you'll see an established low-rise community consisting largely of single detached homes. Next slide, please. So here's the proposed development. As noted earlier, we're retaining the existing building on site. It's good housing stock, and this is truly a clear example of infill where we're taking an existing parking lot and then we're moving the parking underground and then putting new housing and new building stock on top. We're also adding some new amenity area. So the existing building currently houses 30 units. Our building we're proposing here is going to be 34 units. So that brings it to a total 64 units on site. We're proposing 45 vehicle spaces, 12 are visitors. You'll see in the right-hand corner of the plan, we're proposing, that some of the visitor parking will be above grade with the remainder being below grade. All of the residential parking will be below grade. The residential parking will be for both buildings, so there will be access from the existing building into the new building's parking garage. We're also introducing, as part of this proposal, some new enclosed bicycle parking. There will be a building, as you can see on the top of the plan, it would be the east corner, an accessory building which will house garbage enclosure as well as bicycle parking on a demised wall. There will also be bicycle parking internal to the new building. That'll be underground, of course, or actually I'll correct that. The bicycle parking is at grade inside the building, so you can roll your bicycle out. It's storage and mechanical that's in the parking garage. And lastly, outdoor amenity, we're retaining all the amenity that exists on the site currently, and then we're adding some new amenity areas as part of the new building. Next slide, please. These are just the elevations. As you can see, the garage and the bottom right corner, the south elevation, is below grade and subordinate to the building. If you look at the north elevation in the right corner, you'll see how the building interfaces with the street. It's got a door that faces the street, balconies, a mix of materiality, and then the east elevation would be internal to the site, and then the west elevation would be facing the rear yards on Botsford. Next slide, please. These are some sample renderings just to give you an idea of the materiality and just to kind of more clearly visualize the elevations. Next slide, please. So again, Ms. Morfitt did a great job on this summary of the zoning, so I don't need to go into too much detail here. I just want to kind of note, and in fact, it may be best if you just go to the last slide, please. Thank you. So this is the landscape plan. I kind of wanted to show kind of our logic for the key amendment that we're requesting here is for the yard setback that interfaces with Botsford. So that's at the bottom of this plan. It would be the west edge. So what we're showing here is 5 meters, and what the bylaw requires is for the first 18 meters from the street, it would be 2.5 meters, and then the remainder would go to 7.5 meters. For a couple of reasons, we determined 5 meters was appropriate because it gives a consistent building wall edge. It's more constructible and it provides adequate separation consistently. The reason that we need the 1 meter setback from the private way internal to the site is to essentially move that building as much as is viable. In addition to that, you'll see on the detail to the right is a privacy fence we are proposing. It was the notion of the owner who suggested this, and it's a 3 meter fence that will go the entirety of the interface between this yard. You'll also see on the landscape plan, we are retaining as many mature trees as we can. And where that's not possible, we're proposing new red maple trees. So you'll see with those circles along the bottom edge, that'll provide a consistent tree line to the edge.
Scott, you're at time if you can quickly wrap up your presentation in 10 seconds or so.
That's great, Co-Chair. That's all I need to say at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll come back to you for questions in just a few moments. We have 2 delegations registered. Adrian Christie is up first, followed by Philip Comeau. So we'll bring Adrian into the room. And I believe Adrian has slides as well.
Sorry, can you hear me and see me at the moment?
Yes, we can. Hi, Adrian.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. Hello to all the meeting members here. And I just want to mention I really like Sean Menard's background there. I was admiring it throughout the conversation. So to get right into it, right now we're looking at the site, I guess, from a different orientation, as I put it. I live at 1525 Botsford. My name is Adrian Christie, as we said previously. So I would be the second house up from the one that has solar panels on the bottom. And let me start by saying that the developer, Mark, has been accommodating or has been willing to communicate and has been willing to entertain the idea of a 3-meter fence. And yes, we can get some tree coverage in there, which, depending on how fast the trees grow and what's already there, may eventually help the privacy implications of this project. But that doesn't really do much for us in the winter. So really, the way I see it is, especially the homes on this side of Botsford here, but also potentially the homes in behind of the lot, which you would see up top on the image, are unduly impacted by this change, specifically because of the bylaw zoning amendment, or the zoning bylaw amendments that are being sought. I mean, if you look at the distance from our property line, it's supposed to be 7.5 meters in the area where my lot is situated, approximately, and it's going to be 5 meters. Like, it should be 50% further back than it currently is. And with the height of the building, which no longer requires a bylaw exception, it will, in my mind, and from everything that I can tell, significantly impact my the amount of light that enters my backyard and also through my rear-facing back windows. If we can just advance one slide, please. So this is the existing building. And if we can advance one more slide, this is the space in which they're proposing to put another building. Now, mind you, there needs to be room for a laneway in between here. This really means that the building will come extremely close to the edge of the property and the property line, and will be taller than this building, as well as include a utility cabinet up top for air conditioning and other mechanical appliances. So essentially, my concern mostly is the amount of crowding that this will cause, the reduction in shading in our backyards, which will essentially drastically change even what can be planted in the uses of our backyards, as well as the, I guess, the privacy issue, the intrusion of sight lines and the presence of balconies so close and nearly above our backyards that, you know, we'll essentially be hearing each other's conversations. I've heard explanations from the developer about how the height is required to make the underground parking economically viable, how the setbacks are required to make the units large enough to be feasible. But to me, it seems like if we can't cut the size, if we can't respect the zoning bylaws in terms of setbacks, then maybe this is a case of simply just having not quite enough room to do something additional with the property without touching the existing structure and without redoing the property as it is. I mean, I know that the impacts personally for me will involve a reduction of wildlife that can now freely circulate through the small field in the area of trees at the back, where they also have small community gardens at the moment. If we can please advance to the next slide. I feel as though the design of my home, which now you can currently see looking at the back set of windows, I get from the top row of windows an appreciable segment of sky. This will be entirely eliminated. With the angles that I'm currently measuring, although I don't have a shading study, light will no longer penetrate more than a foot or two into my home from the eastward facing side. Also, the entire amount of blue sky portion that used to be visible from my home is now going to be a building facade. I'm going to be caged in, essentially, is my feeling. If we can please move to the next slide. So this is another view just beyond that door that you saw here. And yet again, pretty much every bit of blue sky in this photo is going to be filled in with building, with balconies, with windows, and with people who are closer than bylaw states should be from our backyard and our property line, which is not immensely deep as it is. So essentially, the privacy issue is a big one. The shading and crowding issue is a big one for me. I don't think it's in keeping with the characteristics of the neighborhood. If we look at even the other larger multi-unit dwellings, if we could please advance one slide. We can see here some examples of what we find further on Coronation. Nothing above 3 stories. In fact, this is 2.5 stories. The current building on 700 Coronation is 3.5 and is the largest on the street. And we're proposing putting something that is an additional story above that and is encroaching on the minimum setbacks dictated by
Adrian, you're at
zoning.
time. If you could quickly wrap up in about 5 seconds.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. So essentially, I guess my argument here is that zoning bylaws are supposed to protect us residents. There's a certain expectation that they'll be respected, and those dictated our investments at the time of purchasing the properties, all of us within the last 5 years. No attempt was made to acquire the properties, and we are now facing, if you could just advance through the slides kind of as
Adrian,
I talk.
I'll have to stop you there. You are at time. I'll
Thank
go
you.
to the committee members to see if anyone has a question for you.
Sorry, I'm nervous.
Okay, I'm seeing no questions, but thank you very much for your presentation and the visuals as well. They help support your presentation for sure. We'll move to our second speaker, Philip Comeau. Philip, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here by phone.
Great.
And I also
Okay.
have slides as well.
You have slides as well? Okay. We'll just
I
get-
do, yeah. I'm just waiting for them to show up.
And they are on the screen now, so go ahead, Philip.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Let me just start with the fact that we're not wholeheartedly opposed as nearby residents to any new build at this location. Our issue is with the request for an amendment to the zoning bylaw. And let me outline some of the reasons why we're confused with some of the conclusions from the report prepared by city staff regarding this application. Next slide, please. So here's an image of the proposed build taken from the DevApp site. And the neighboring properties, as you're probably aware right now, are located on the bottom of the screen. And the zoning bylaw currently requires that the side yard setback, shown here with red arrows, be 7.5 meters. And the developers are planning to have this reduced to 5 meters, as we've heard earlier, a reduction of 1/3 of the side yard setback. Now, I have concerns with many aspects of the project and with the bylaw amendments requested, but I'm going to focus on this particular bylaw amendment. Now, the request is concerning for residents at a number of points, some of which Adrian outlined, ranging from a lack of privacy from the proximity of a 4-story building, increased light and noise pollution emanating from the west side balconies, the survival of the trees, as well as the proximity of west side exhaust vents from the proposed underground parking lot to neighboring yards of homes, some of which, including our own, have young children. And by keeping the 7.5 meter setback and rejecting the request to reduce this to 5 meters, this will at least mitigate or alleviate some of the impacts on all of these points. But today, I'd just like to focus on the trees. Next slide, please. The side yard setback involves the existing 13 mature trees located along the west side property line, shown with numbered circles at the bottom of your screen. An updated tree conservation report outlines the trees slated for removal and those slated for preservation. Removal are those circles with the diagonal lines. Next slide, please. This updated report provides the minimum requirements to preserve existing trees, which are the minimum requirements set out in the City of Ottawa Tree Protection Bylaw. And essentially, they require that the tree's critical root zone remains undisturbed. For instance, point 1, erect a fence at the critical root zone of the trees, or point 2, don't place any material or equipment within the CRZ of the tree, or point 6, don't damage the root system, the trunks, or the branches of any tree. So let's consider the critical root zones of the trees in question. Next slide, please. So this slide shows each tree's critical root zone, shown with the dashed circles, and I added red arrows to point to a few of these. And I should add that the developers also intend on constructing a retaining wall between the proposed building and the west side property line, to which I have added a solid blue line. Now take the worst case, tree number 3. As you can see, this tree's critical root zone extends beyond the proposed retaining wall and is actually within the proposed building itself. It's unclear how the tree will be able to survive when most of its critical root zone is majorly disturbed by construction, by the addition of a retention wall, and by the building itself. And this is without even addressing the branches. For the other trees, you can see that the retention wall cuts major section of the tree's root systems since it falls within all of their critical root zones. Now recall that point 1 of the tree protection measures involved erecting a fence at the critical root zone. So let's add protective fences to our tree's critical root zones. Next slide, please. As you can see, the building, including the first floor terraces, cement slabs, which are shown with the white and squares and rectangles, and the retaining wall will have major impacts on the tree's critical root zones. Now, if you can't even lay a tool in the tree's critical root zone, how can you erect a retaining wall, install cement slabs, and construct a 4-story building with underground parking? Next slide, please. Let me turn to the report prepared by city staff, which concluded that the design ensures the retention of existing mature trees. Now, I haven't even talked about the 4 trees along these property lines that are slated to be cut due to conflict with construction. It doesn't matter if the report concludes that most trees are slated to be preserved. The conclusion is rendered moot once you consider that the minimum requirements cannot be met. To finish, I'd just like to touch on a few points in relation to the official plan. Next slide, please. The developer's application and the report prepared by city staff comment on the ways in which the build is in line with the city's official plan. That's true, but they are also in conflict with others. And with
Philip, you're at
respect,
time, so I'll give you another 5 or 10 seconds to wrap up because you're at time. If you could wrap up.
Almost done. That should be enough. Thanks. So with all due respect, this feels like cherry picking. And here's how rejecting the side yard setback amendment is also in line with the official plan. Take, for instance, Article 4.8.2, give priority to the retention and protection of large, healthy trees. Or from our neighborhood secondary plan, existing mature vegetation.
Philip, I'm going to have to stop you because we're well over our 5-minute time limit. I just want to look to the committee and see if there's any questions or concerns from the committee. You've raised a number of things, Philip, that do relate to site plan rather than zoning, strictly speaking. So, you know, I'm sure those are things that Councillor Cloutier, as the ward councillor, are looking at with staff to make sure that those protections and site plan issues are being addressed. But Councillor Cloutier has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies to Mr. Christie. I was having technical issues. I could not find my raise hand on my phone, but I have no questions for Mr. Comeau. Thank you for speaking, and like the chair said, tree retention is part of site plan. And we do want to retain as many trees as possible. So I have made note of that, and we'll you know, there will be trees planted to replace. And also acknowledging from both Mr. Comeau and Mr. Christie the issue of privacy, and I will be asking the applicant or the applicant's agents with respect to the changes that they've made since we had our meeting with the community, which was in February 2021, already over a year ago, but where these issues had been discussed. So thank you, Mr. Comeau, and thank you, Mr. Christie.
Okay, and Councillor Menard has a question.
I think Councillor Cloutier answered my question. It was just the engagement with residents and how Mr. Comeau might feel if he's had worthwhile engagement at this time, and obviously having had a previous meeting on this, but maybe I'll still ask it anyway. Have you had receptive feedback from the developer when you've sent them these comments, Mr. Comeau?
Well, there was an online meeting approximately a year ago, or I think it was February of 2021. A lot of issues were raised. A lot of the residents were, I think the developers went back to the drawing board in some respects to modify certain parts of the plan. We expected to hear new developments. I saw by my own initiative on the DevApp website, nobody alerted me that new plans had been submitted until I noticed that myself. There was no information other than an automatic generated email. So I do feel quite disappointed that there was this engagement. We raised a number of issues, and then now we're at the planning committee. And so there's this sort of lack. And the table in the report from the city staff highlights some, but not all of the concerns that were raised by the neighboring committee members. And I know a number of letters have been written, comments have been submitted as well. So I can admit that I am somewhat disappointed in terms of how communication was dealt with this particular file.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I'm particularly receptive on the retention of trees piece. I know your counselor will work hard to try to make sure that that happens. And so just as a comment to say, we've got a new tree bylaw now. That's the purpose of it, to save trees when we can, even despite there might be development in that area. So sometimes our forestry team has to go back again and look at it. In this case, I really hope on the site plan side of things, that is a focus. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Menard. I'm seeing no more questions, so thank you, Philip, for joining us and for your presentation. We will shift now to questions for the applicants, if there are any from committee members. Councilor Cloutier.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the delegations. Thank you to the applicants with respect to their participation in the February 2021 meeting and today. I just want to know, the application has changed between that original application and what we're seeing today. Can you just take the committee through a little bit what adjustments you've made since our public consultation in February 2021? The comments are in the report. I acknowledge Mr. Comeau's observation that maybe not all comments, but I think it's a synthesis of the comments that we heard there. And it did absolutely surround privacy. So can the applicant please just talk us through very briefly about the changes that have been made since February 2021?
Sure, I'd be glad. If the coordinator is able to pull up slide 3 of our presentation, that might just give a visual, but otherwise I'm happy to speak to these just kind of descriptively. The key change is, and I think this is a very good one, is we actually moved the entire building towards the lot line. So what you see now, we have the proposed building flush with the setback of the established building, which establishes a good strong streetscape and frames the street in a consistent manner. When this application first came in, we actually had the building further back, therefore also closer to the rear yard, and the entry ramp was between the buildings, and there was actually the visitor parking you see was in front of the building. So we worked with staff to resolve that. Another thing that we changed is you'll see, and I realize it's a little difficult with the scale of the drawing here, but the balconies that face the west lot line are now recessed. So the permitted projection bylaw gives you some latitude to project your balconies. In terms of accommodating the residents on Botsford, we actually recess them so they take area out of the unit and remain flush with the wall to kind of reduce some of that overlook. Just something that I think is worthwhile to touch on as well while we're discussing this is originally, as noted, we required a amendment to the height for this building. The actual R4N zone changed over the course of this application process to go from permitting 11 meters to 14.5 meters. The whole time we've remained proposing 12.3, which in this manner, we're leaving some density on the table, but we think this is appropriate for, what's accommodating and compatible here. And lastly, another key change is we increased the amenity area we're providing at grade by about 60 meters squared. Those are the salient changes, including the fence that we're proposing there as a new change. And just while I have the floor, quickly on the trees. So we're retaining 8 trees and we're proposing 4 new trees along that edge. Of course, we've been working with the planning team at the city through the site plan process concurrently, and their forestry department, and with our own landscape architects and arborists. And we have comfort with the plan that we've brought forward, but I have no doubts that we'll revisit this in light of the comments here. So that's kind of my summary of the changes. I'll leave it in case the owner or Matthew with our office has anything else to add.
Thank you. Are they? No, they're not present. Okay.
That's
so
okay.
elaborating on that. And yes, I did want to get to the proximity to the neighbors to the west along Botsford, and the fence that you will be putting up, and the trees, and I appreciate that. You mentioned in your comments the change to the parking configuration, so I appreciate that. And I would just ask you to continue to work with our office and with the neighbors with respect to the fence, the property line, and that maintaining the trees as you have indicated. Thank you, Chair. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I think that's it for questions for the applicant. So thank you to the applicant team for joining us today. We'll go to questions for staff, if there are any from councillors. I had a quick one. How typical are 3-meter fences between properties for privacy or for otherwise? Seem to be higher than usual for me, but I wanted to check.
That's right, Chair. Oh, go ahead, Katie.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Lily. The fence they're proposed will meet the fence bylaw as required. We are seeing a number of developers establishing fences that are the maximum required under the fence bylaw to establish that privacy between new developments and existing.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff? I'm seeing none. So there's no motions for this one. So on the report recommendations for the zoning bylaw amendment for 700 Coronation Avenue, are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Okay. Thank you. We'll move now to item number 7 that we held, which is the site plan control for 89, 91, and 97 Beechwood Avenue in Rito, Rockliffe. Now we have a planner, John Bernier, here, who does have a presentation available. The applicants are here as well. They don't have a presentation, or they don't have slides at least, but they're here to answer questions. With committee's concurrence, could we skip the staff presentation on this and move right to our delegations?
Agreed.
Yes. Okay, thank you. We have 2 delegations registered, Chris Greenshields and Elizabeth McAllister. So we'll bring Chris into the meeting room. Chris is representing the Vanier Community Association. And I see we have Councillor King here as well, local councillor. Welcome, Councillor King. Do we have Chris with us, Kelly?
Yes, I think he might just need to unmute. He seems to be unmuted, but we don't hear him.
Okay. Chris, are you with us? Well, how about this? What if we go ahead with Elizabeth McAllister and come back to Chris in a moment and see if we can iron out the audio issues in the meantime. Elizabeth, are you with us?
I'm here.
Hi,
Okay.
how are you?
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and councillors. Today I'm representing the Beechwood Village Alliance, and hopefully I'll get a word or two from my community association as well. The Beechwood Village Alliance consists of 5 community associations: Lindenlea, Manor Park, New Edinburgh, Rockliffe, and Vanier. The Beechwood Village Alliance has objected to the Claridge revisions, and our objections are well known. Among those objections, the significant changes which depart from the 2016 approved project, the near elimination of street-oriented commercial space, remains a particular concern. It contravenes the city's urban design guidelines for traditional main streets. It ignores the terms of reference and requirements for the development along Beechwood Avenue as articulated in the Beechwood Community Development Plan. It contradicts the conditions which staff recommended to council in 2016, upon which Council approved the rezoning changes. Ground floor street-oriented commercial businesses along traditional main streets are a crucial component to the city's vision of 15-minute neighborhoods in which residents are able to shop and socialize locally. These changes to the conditions for rezoning will undermine the current vitality of Beechwood. It is important to note Rockliffe Park's Heritage Conservation District, while rejecting commercial businesses, provides an intrinsic contribution to Beechwood. We expect that the Planning Committee will rubber stamp Claridge's revised plan. And I echo some of our counterparts' concerns this morning. Such a disappointing outcome would underline the city's failure to ensure the implementation of rezoning as represented at the time. Claridge's application was approved for rezoning in 2016 with commercial spaces at grade. I believe it was 12,000 square feet. But the ensuring bylaw did not specify that requirement. As long as the city cannot ensure the implementation of a project as presented in rezoning, the city's control over development will continue to disappoint our communities. City staff will also have to enforce the new official plan. In particular, section 2.55, the urban design guidelines, which stipulate that developments must be built to adapt to future uses. For example, they must include increased ground floor height in the event that they are needed for commercial uses, and the developer has refused to do that. The passage of Bill 109, the Housing for All Act, takes a large step backwards in the city's struggle to do its job due to the evident powerlessness of the city staff's oversight of the rezoning and site control processes. BVA supports Councillor King's initiative to discuss the larger question, namely, how do we ensure that zoning and subsequent rezoning comply with the relevant community design plan and the official plan to meet the needs of 15-minute neighborhoods and, most importantly for us, traditional main streets. Our concerns include, how could the city have failed to ensure compliance with the Beechwood CDP and the intent of the Claridge's application in 2016? How to limit developers' unilateral ability to alter the intent of rezoning after an application for mixed use, including ground floor commercial in compliance with the Beechwood community design plan, has been approved. In Claridge's case, this happened 4 years later with little notice and transparency, a very short time for public input, in contravention again against the CDP stated requirement and a related city commitment to implement the required comprehensive zoning changes. We do appreciate that Beechwood, under the SPC, there will be a widening of the Beechwood right-of-way and provide for construction of a cycle track. We welcome this. In the event of Smart Living's proposed development at 229 to 247 Beechwood requires SPC approval, we would hope that the same requirements would apply. We are concerned as well, from Manor Park's perspective, about the lack of trees around this area. And now we are enduring the deconstruction, and I see many valuable natural products like a split stone face just being thrown into
Elizabeth, you're at your time, so I'll pause you there.
I'm finished. Thank you for your consideration.
Good timing. Councillor King has a question for you.
Well, Elizabeth, once again, I appreciate your appearance before the Planning Committee and your contributions for the community. Despite the fact that you're the past president, every time we think we're pushing you out to real retirement, you come back in, and we actually do appreciate that. We do appreciate your inputs. I'm wondering if you can elaborate. I know that you were talking about Manor Park's concerns about the street. I know that that might indirectly tie into what we're talking about here, but I actually wanted to hear that that piece, and then I'm going to ask you about the storefront articulation. So if you don't mind finishing off your comment around Manor Park's concerns, I'd absolutely love to hear that.
Thank you, Councillor King. I would say just to start that I'm here today because despite there being enormous interest in the community, Lyndon Lee has a very young president who is at work and can't work late because she has young children, and the normal development chair is at his daughter's wedding. And we have a similar situation across all of the communities. But the letter I just read has been worked out between all 5 of us. So our concern in Manor Park is that the city is not implementing and forcing Main Street commercial at grade. Yet it's asking us to give up quiet, peaceful neighborhoods to allow commercial scattered among our communities, or in particular in Manor Park, along Hemlock, which is a very between 2 major streets and a school, is residential. And we're quite at home with having major commercial along the extension on Saint Laurent of commercial. So we will have 5-minute neighborhoods. I'm sorry, 15-minute neighborhoods. When you're my age, it's 30-minute neighborhood, walkable neighborhood, because I have to come home. But we're very concerned about this lack of consistency. But also it does seem self-evident, Ralston, we discussed this a lot at FCA, that having larger buildings on main streets means less commercial than the traditional low-rise retail-friendly buildings. So in fact, with Main Street development and the heights we see, as we did this morning, we actually lose retail space. And while the developers say there is no demand for retail, in this case on Claridge, the demand is high. And right beside beside the building is a very successful retail business, Jacobson's. And we were hoping to build a little buzz there with more commercials. I'm sorry, I went on to your next question, I think.
No, not at all. I think that you've identified something very important, that there's the potential for commercial and retail space to be displaced throughout the community. And we have a very strange scenario where we see our traditional main streets underutilized because there's different types of space. I was just wondering if you could comment on an element that, an observation that I had heard from the Vanier BIA, and I know that unfortunately they could not appear today, but they were also talking about the adequacy and the size, the appropriateness of certain size spaces on commercial traditional main streets that they're responsible for, both Beechwood and MacArthur. And I know that Natalie Carrier at the BIA was talking about the fact that often developers want to cater to the larger box type retailers versus really ensuring that small businesses with a smaller footprint have an opportunity. So I was wondering if you could comment on that in terms of your observations.
I could comment on my observations, but I know that Chris was planning to be with us today. I just got an email from him. So could I ask if he's online? I don't want to take his points.
I know that Chris, and I'm not the chair here, so of course I want to defer to the co-chair, but I know that Chris will follow you. But I was just curious from your perspective, and also just generally, what your perspective is in terms of the way that retail has evolved on the street due to the policies that the city has put in place.
Well, we've seen with Minto 1, for example, which is between the corners of Mackay and well, the bridge across the Rideau River. The fire there eliminated about, I think it was 12 or 14 different retail spaces. It was a buzz place. You'd go and see your neighbors. It sort of helped build community spirit. Everybody was there to the hardware store. But we went over 5 years without any retail. And my discussions with ex-employees said, it's not surprising because the costs of Minto, the costs would be budget dust to Minto. We still have one, and so what's there is the LCBO now and the American Starbucks, and the Beechwood BMO has moved across the street. And in the plans where there was supposed to be outside cafes, we have the emergency exit on the corner of the BMO. So that's become a completely dead area. On Minto 2, I think Chris is better to talk about that. I think we only ended up with 4 small retail spaces. And there were about 5 along that block, which one developer sat on for many years. So it hadn't been active for a while, but it had empty retail space there. So, just generally we see, and this comes up at FCA, it's coming up a lot now, where even Canada, right across the city, we're losing retail space to mid and high rises that are put on main streets. And we've done an analysis, one of our members, and we found that right now we have development applications that have been submitted for between 350 and 400 mid and high-rise building. These are not yet under construction and will house about 130 new residents. So we wonder why the city isn't managing this forward look. There's no annual report on it. There's an annual report looking back. But we see all these high rises going up with small 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom apartments. I echo the concerns of earlier communities this morning. We do not see families, so we're not going to be able to keep our schools. And in most of our neighborhoods, we have very few amenities. Certainly in our area, we have none, essentially.
Well, I appreciate those insights, Elizabeth. I think it is important that if we're interested in maintaining the integrity of our main streets, I think we heard discussions earlier this morning at committee around heights and appropriateness of that. But it's often, and it shouldn't be overlooked, that it's important for our traditional main streets to also have retail storefronts. Viable ones, if we're serious about achieving 15-minute neighborhoods, which is a goal that has been outlined in our new official plan. And, I don't see how we can have viable traditional main streets if we don't have tools to compel developers to ensure that they maintain retail articulation, storefront articulation. And this isn't just an issue, obviously, that's affecting my ward. It will affect the whole city and all of our traditional main streets. So I really do appreciate the submission of both the Beechwood Village Alliance, your input on behalf of the Manor Park Community Association, and your deputation today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm seeing no more questions, so we'll move to Chris Greenshields, who's back with us.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. I apologize for the technical difficulties. My own image is probably better seen through the other image from our dining room of a Bernard Vanier painting. But let me go to the chase. We welcome this kind of discussion about traditional main streets, and the VCA supports Councillor King's approach outlined in the report, including the roles of the Vanier BIA and community associations. And the Beechwood Village Alliance is precisely trying to do that. Elizabeth has already mentioned the Minto development on the Vanier side. It's important to recall the Beechwood Community Design Plan guidelines, which provides specific design direction for ground floor commercial space, paragraph 2.3.1. Moreover, paragraph 2.30 confirms the city's intent to pass bylaw changes to implement these conditions, and which, as the VCA understands, are in place elsewhere along Beechwood, particularly on the Vanier side, where several new developments include commercial space at grade, as mentioned. The applicant is offering 2 units, totaling, as we understand it, 3,000 square feet of live-work space with direct openings to the street. This is an encouraging, but and we also welcome the indication that the applicant will continue to consider commercial opportunities as the market permits. But as already been pointed out, the work-life space format has proven less than ideal, as suggested by the experience in Ward 12 on Rideau Street concerning such building forms. But what is key, and again, that has been mentioned, the proposed reduction in ground floor height will limit further the potential for commercial use. Unlike developments that we've already been able to see in Vanier on MacArthur, which offer similar live-work units or potential for eventual ground floor commercial by keeping the usual greater ground floor height that retail needs. In the VCA view, ground floor adaptability for new developments to promote commercial use is critical for a traditional main street like Beechwood. The official plan, section 2.5.5 concerning design objectives, addresses cases of this kind and effectively the Beechwood context. It is to consider adaptability and diversity by creating places that can adapt and evolve easily over time. The Planning Committee should seriously consider calling for such a design change to restore the planned height of the ground floor as per the rezoning application. As the VCA sees it, the rezoning approved by Council in 2016 took into consideration the application's provision of commercial space at ground. The requirement for it is in the CDP, and that is backed by the city's undertaking to ensure rezoning to this end. These 2 elements together are capped by the current OP's design guidelines in support of adaptability, as noted earlier. We look forward to this kind of discussion and more consideration of effective provisions and safeguards to require ground floor commercial, or at least the building design to adapt to such use as part of new development on Beechwood. We also support the councillor's suggestion in the report to consider a CIP for Beechwood. The Montreal Road CIP is a good model for Beechwood, including its provision to support affordable housing and development project. Finally, as already mentioned, the VCA welcomes the road modification agreement of the site plan to provide cycle track along the frontage, and we look to ensure that this practice of ensuring as part of site plan control, cycle tracks are included in upcoming developments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Councillor King has a question for you.
Thank you, co-chair, and thank you, Chris, for your excellent delegation. I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more about the impact of ceiling height on a retail space. As we know, and as you pointed out, in terms of ceiling height, the applicant has indicated that they were not willing to change from a height of 3.1 meters to 4.55 meters. And I was just curious, what limitations do you see this actually incurring in terms of this file?
It's my understanding that the lower heights limit the kind of retail that is possible. There are a number of limitations in terms of the building code and the requirements for retail, we have had a discussion. You may know the name Rosalind Hill, Walkable Ottawa. She has been looking closely at this. And again, the stress is on building adaptable buildings. In this kind of situation, to have the sufficient floor height to accommodate any changes in use, including and especially on a traditional Main Street commercial. So that's how we're looking at it. And certainly it's reasonable to expect, as was originally proposed, and even if the market has changed for retail, and you've all, I hope, read the BIA's comments on that, and in fact, they've demonstrated that's not true. But even so, it means that at least in future, as the intensification continues along Beechwood, that there is adaptable capacity in form of building form, again, as per the official plan, to accommodate those new 15-minute neighborhood needs.
I appreciate that answer. And my final question would really surround the impacts of both the guidelines and the community design plan. I'm just wondering if you can really elaborate as to the areas, once again, that are being ignored in these plans, because I think this is what adds to a lot of the cynicism of both residents and community organizations, that we have guidelines, that we have plans, but at the end of the day, as we know, the zoning isn't there. So we can't enforce this type of development, which is very frustrating for residents in the context of a traditional Main Street. Because I do understand people's concerns coming to my office, telling us that obviously on a traditional Main Street you expect stores and for this to disappear when we have these elements in place, these policy elements in place, creates frustration and sometimes confusion. So I was wondering if you could just elaborate a little bit more on that.
Well, I would just say that the CDP directs ground floor commercial, especially in the Saint Charles sector, which is where this building is located. It calls on the city to implement it. It expresses the city's intent to implement this through rezoning, because as we know, CDPs are not statutory. But it doesn't seem to have taken place in this case, unlike in Vanier, where, as we've mentioned, there are a number of new redevelopments, developments with ground floor commercial. So there seems to me an oversight, and it's still nevertheless inconsistent with the current OP's design guidelines. And certainly we've had that discussion, and the applicant agrees that there should be some effort for commercial. So it seems to me changing the height or restoring the original height that was approved by council in 2016 would be in order. Thanks.
I appreciate those comments, Chris, and your delegation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor King. I'm seeing no more questions from our committee members, so thank you, Chris, for joining us today. Councillor Fleury actually has a motion on this, and it's to add some councillor comments, given that he is representing a ward adjacent to this location. So Councillor Fleury, let's go to you, because I know you have another commitment this afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. And Councillor King and I work closely and have no issues with our boundaries. We both worked together recently with the Minto site. We had the opportunity to vote comments. So I'm sorry I missed the window. It's my fault. I'm supporting Councillor King's comments there and adding a few components. So as the word councillor, someone is moving on my behalf as I'm not a member. I believe, is it Councillor Leeper?
Yes, that's right.
And would you like me to read it, or it's pretty straightforward?
Well, just read the therefore be it resolved for the record, and I don't know if this has been circulated to committee members, but if it hasn't, if the clerk's office could please send it out.
Thank you. That with respect to this report, that my comments as Rito Vanier Ward Councillor also be included in the comments by Councillor section under Councillor King's section, and then they are there, Mr. Chair. I'll spare you the read.
We will, yes, we won't make you read those out. Thank you, Councillor Fleury. Okay, so are there any questions for the applicant on this? Councillor Kent.
Thanks, Chair. The delegation from the BIA indicated that there was some discussion about the height of the ceilings for adaptive use, and that wasn't a concession you were willing to make. So can you just explain your discussions and why that was the case?
The chair, sorry, Chair, the applicants are just joining now.
Thanks, Kelly.
My apologies, Co-Chair Gower, it's Murray Chown, and Emma Blanchard is with me, as well as Vincent Dename from Claridge. And my apologies, as technology was flipping us in and out of the meeting, I actually didn't hear the question.
Councillor Kitts. Looks like Councillor Kitts may be frozen. Maybe I'll try to paraphrase her question. It was around any discussion that you've had about the height of the first floor and the work share commercial units, any additional context that you can, the work live units on the bottom floor, any additional context you can provide about discussions with businesses or with staff on the height of that first floor?
So, Co-Chair Gower, in response to the question from Councillor Kitts, the answer is actually rather simple. Most of the members of the committee and even the delegations will be fully aware that this site is subject to the view plane from the Beechwood Cemetery to Parliament Hill. And so it's actually impossible to increase the ground floor ceiling height in this project as suggested by the delegations.
We might come back to Councillor Kitts in a moment. She's just lost her internet connection. Are there any other questions for the applicant? No? Okay, let's move to questions for staff then, but let's keep the applicants on in case Councillor Kitts has any follow-ups.
Chair, did you want any kind of a presentation from us on the report?
I was actually told there wasn't a presentation, but if you would like
we haven't provided materials, but we'd still like to speak to the report.
Oh, okay. Pardon me, I misunderstood. So yes, for part of our process, if you want to take 5 minutes to provide comments, please go ahead.
Thank you. And so we didn't think that materials were necessarily required, and we were hopeful that there would be materials provided by staff for you to observe. But I'll just go quickly, and then Emma Blanchard will have a quick follow-up to my comments. So firstly, I've spoken to the issue of height that's been raised by a number of the delegations and by councillors. With respect to the CDP and design guidelines for traditional main streets, the planning rationale that was submitted in support of this zoning application speaks at length to both the CDP and the design guidelines for traditional main streets. I think is the issue here is that there's a perception that in a perfect world that every foot of street frontage on every traditional main street across the city of Ottawa will be occupied by retail space. That vision isn't realistic. The market won't sustain that vision. And that to some degree is reflected, at least in my experience, in Kitchissippi Ward, where there's retail space along Wellington Street and Richmond Street that continues to sit vacant. I actually have come forward with development proposals in various wards with ground floor commercial space when we've actually had community groups, community associations, and residents say, we don't need any more ground floor retail space. We have a whole surplus of vacant, unleased retail space on our traditional streets already. And it's for that reason that the official plan doesn't require ground floor retail space. The zoning bylaw doesn't require ground floor retail space. The secondary plan or the community design plan doesn't require ground floor retail space. It's desirable, but it's not required. And so here we are at a site plan application talking about whether or not there should be ground floor retail space, or are we providing an adequate amount of ground floor retail space? This is not the time for that discussion. Zoning is the time for that discussion. There's no ability through this process, and I think this has been acknowledged in Councillor King's comments in the report, that this is not a site plan issue. We need to get on with the site plan approval. We would encourage the committee to approve the recommendations from staff so that our clients can move forward with this project and bring more residents to this street to support the retail that is there and that is planned to be there in other projects along the street. I'll stop there and let Ms. Blanchard add just a couple of comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chown. I'll be very brief, and I'm going to echo Mr. Chown's comments. We certainly acknowledge the comments from the community and the ward councillor about the desire for retail uses at grade, but this is just not a site plan issue. The proposal that is before you fully complies with zoning. Once you get to the site plan stage, I just would like to confirm that the city's approval authority for site plans under Section 41 of the Planning Act does not extend to regulating land uses or the interior portions of buildings. So the focus of the site plan approval is on exterior design of the building, and there's lots of support for the exterior design of the building in the staff report. So I'll leave it at that, but certainly Mr. Chown and I are available for questions.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Thank you, Emma. Councillor Fleury.
Mary, I want to come back to, I guess, your first few sentences of your delegation, and wonder if we're a bit of a standstill, because from a policy point of view, we want to see the 15-minute neighborhoods. I think you're supportive of that. We want to see communities that thrive, and yet we also want to see more density on our main streets. And I think there's a number of elements that tie into that, which is technically, if you get more heights on a main street, well, you should maybe providing some subsidy to, or level of subsidies to get the ground floor commercial in. What I'm noticing, and you made reference to parts of Westboro, you know, it's an amazing corridor, but where I see empty is often you have a bank and then you have an empty, or you have a particular corporate environment and then you have empty. I think what's all of our communities, what's strong on our main street is that locally owned shop, whatever it is, that'd be a gallery, a coffee shop, whatever. And I believe most landlords know that. They know that the sell pitch for the building is also providing amazing ground floor opportunities. So maybe a long-winded question here to ask you, where am I wrong in what I'm describing? I like, there's more heights on main streets. Why wouldn't the landlord want to provide a subsidy for, giving it the main street flavor?
If you mean subsidy in terms of rent, I obviously can't answer that question for you. But I think the issue is that the market doesn't appear to be there for every foot of frontage on the traditional main streets to be retail commercial space. Having said that, our client is committed to creating these live workspaces and working with the community association and the BIA to try to fill that space. And that space is accessible from the street, is visible from the street, and will provide that connectivity to the street. It just won't be traditional retail space.
Let me make a pitch. On Beechwood, where the old Zazaza used to be, if you're a local, you know what I'm talking about, there is the best one of the best location. It's called BB's, and BB's is going to be rebuilt in a few years. It'd be a great fit into the new building. I have a BIPOC owner of probably the best chicken spot on Dalhousie, Pili Pili, who's looking for an additional spot. So I know a lot of business owners, small stores that in the right environment per square footage would move into that space. So I do want to, when we think the market, the pandemic, so on, there is a niche need for a number of businesses that really want to be on our main streets. And I've said enough. My comments are echoing Councillor King's comments. I respect Claridge. I think Claridge, out of all of the conversation, has the buying power to make those decisions to support the main street. And I hope that they do the right thing here.
Thanks, Councillor Fleury. Councillor Curry is up next.
I just want to make a comment. I mean, I understand site plan is not the time to be having this conversation, but similar to other files we looked at today, and I know one that will come up, I think, Councillor Gower, for your Stittsville Main Street, and one for Canada Avenue and Canada North. If there isn't real planning and some rules around this, you get a hodgepodge where you don't end up with a main street. You end up with this weird thing that isn't really anything, because everyone's just allowed to do whatever they want, and things are approved at such different stages and ages and different councillors and different people involved. And I just think, now maybe this is too late to really do anything, but to Councillor Fleury's point, there needs to be, if we really want main streets, that people want to come to, walk around like other cities have, that are so inviting and increase tourism and make people want to hang around and like the area, there has to be more rules around this to say, oh, well, there may be empty stores. Yeah, well, then what are we going to do about that? Just allow this kind of stuff to go ahead, and then we get a hodgepodge. There's nothing worse than these kind of half, whatever, can't use a bad word, main streets. Really, it's not good, I don't think, for Ottawa to keep doing this. So I understand we're a little too late here, but I think there needs to be more rules around this. Anyway, that's my comment.
Thanks, Councillor. And yes, we are straying far from the site plan in front of us, and as has been noted a number of times so far. Any other questions for the applicant? If not, I'll move to questions for staff. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I do have a number of questions, but I might just preface it and take the opportunity to say that I understand our role being around the council table to regulate land use. So I think that it should be within our purview to determine when we have appropriate conversations around policy. And one of the reasons why I brought this, I acknowledge the fact that obviously I'm not expecting, and the community is not expecting wide, massive change here in terms of this specific file because of the rules. But I think it is important as we start looking at the potential of a comprehensive zoning bylaw exercise in the next term of council, that we put this on the radar so that we don't end up, as Councillor Curry had noted, with a continuing hodgepodge of stuff, trying to not use a bad word as well, on our traditional main streets. Because I just don't think it's unreasonable to say that traditional main streets should have properly and appropriately sized retail. So my questions to staff are, can ground floor commercial space be a requirement of mixed use zoning in the new zoning bylaw that we'll be entertaining after the official plan is passed and ratified?
Chair, I'll start. This might be a question to my colleagues in the policy team. I'm not sure Don is here. Yeah, I see him. So adding a new use to any zone, either be initiated by city staff or by a private developer or landowner, it still needs to go through a public process and subject to council and committee approval. Definitely the potential is there if the direction is to give our policy colleagues to take that into consideration. I'll see if Don has anything to add.
if I may, co-chair. So there is a section within the new OP that does say that the city may require through a zoning bylaw amendment or development applications that a commercial ground floor be required. So there's language within the new OP that if they are to come forward with a zoning application, that we could require a ground floor as a use on that main floor.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. I think I pulled that out when I was looking at the official plan as well around Main Street corridors. And I think you've mirrored that proper language. And I expect, obviously, during the comprehensive zoning bylaw exercise in the next council term, that we might require active or service uses on the ground floor in order to maintain, extend, or create a continuous stretch of active frontages along a main street. I mean, that was clearly stated in the draft and potentially new official plan. And I think that that's something we should have a serious conversation about. My next question was, do we need inclusionary zoning to address the provision of commercial space or other community needs beside affordable housing? So is it possible to use an IZ type of tool to really ensure commercial space is allocated to a specific area like a traditional main street?
Councillor Can, I think the challenge here is we don't have anyone from policy. Given that this is a site plan conversation, we're limited on policy. I think noted, it's a good question. We do have a meeting on inclusionary zoning coming up in June, so it could be something to raise then as part of that discussion.
No, that's fair. Then I'll table it, and I'm assuming that a question around the CIP would be the same since that's policy. Chair.
Likely, yes. Unless Lily or Doug have a quick answer to a CIP question, but we don't have Chris Copier or anyone from economic development. I don't.
Which co-chair is over in the policy section? So the short answer is yes.
Okay. Well, no, I do appreciate those answers. I'll table them obviously for our upcoming discussion around inclusionary zoning and other planning policy issues in June. But I did think it was important based on community concerns to really relay the challenges that community members have seen around the existing tools that we have now, whether it's the urban design guidelines, which clearly state that there's expectation for street level commercial and that traditional main streets are supposed to be the main shopping streets of a community. And I think there's a disconnect if we do not have the tools to really ensure that what we're suggesting in our policies, our design plan, and our future official plan can't be enforced. So I think it's a worthy discussion. I appreciate your indulgence because I know this is site plan. And but I do appreciate your indulgence because I do think it's a very important policy discussion that we need to continue to have on behalf of our residents and our communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fleury.
This is, if we were in the committee room, I would have gone to Ralston and raised it to them. Ralston, it might be an opportunity to just formalize a formal inquiry at the end, and then we'll know the answer prior to the policy debate. Just recommendation, you take it if you want. And Chair, I'm sorry to have to jump on to share that with the colleague.
Yep, thank you very much, Councillor Fleury. That's a good idea, a way to formally get that on the record and have staff answer that. Any other questions for staff on this? I just wanted to say, although I disagree that this is an appropriate venue to have a policy discussion about this, I understand the councillors' concerns. I took a walk through Beechwood in the area last summer. Reminds me a lot of what we're seeing on Stittsville Main Street. It's a neighborhood in transition. And similar to the situation on Beechwood, the zoning says buildings are mixed use. Our community design plan says to encourage ground floor retail or commercial, and but without the zoning to require it. it's always a challenge, and it's a lot of negotiation and pushing of the applicants to encourage them to include that ground floor space. And with the huge demand for housing, and more so than retail, we see it not just on traditional main streets, but in other areas that are mixed use zones. And I am concerned that in the rush to build as many homes as quickly as possible, we might be losing some of the good spaces for retail in any place in our community. The challenge is, it's been 2 years that this site plan has been under review by the city. And in that time, we haven't been able to give a reasonable approval on time. And this is almost 100 apartments, including some barrier-free apartments. And that's the challenge with using site plan as a delay mechanism. And the last thing I wanted to add was, I did a Jane's Walk on my Stittsville Main Street. Jane Jacobs pulled it off of my shelf. Death and Life of Great American Cities. One of her observations is you need a variety of different places that entrepreneurs can rent. And I actually think these live work spaces could give a lower cost rental opportunity for small entrepreneurial businesses and contribute to that overall ecosystem of healthy retail within the community. So I'm hopeful that there will be some enterprising people who see these spaces as a great opportunity to launch a small business and then maybe move into something bigger and more substantial in Beechwood or the area in the future. So any other questions or comments before we wrap up on this one? All right then, so the report recommendations, just to be clear, it's to endorse the proposed site plan for 89, 91, and 97 Beechwood, including the ground floor use and the scale of the proposed use detailed in documents 3 through 7, and return delegated authority to staff for further changes to the approved plans, conditions, and reports, and for the site plan control agreement. So on the report recommendations, are they carried?
Carried.
Carried. Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor King and Councillor Fleury, for joining us. We have one additional item, and it's a motion where we will require suspending the rules. It's a motion from Councillor Menard on 30 and 48 Chamberlain, resulting from a tribunal decision, I believe. So we'll get that up on the screen. And I know Tim Mark is available if we need any explanation behind this as well. Can I get a agreement from councillors to suspend the rules?
Carried.
Carried. Okay, Councillor Menard, if you're ready, you can read that in.
Thank you, Chair. And it's been a long meeting, and enjoyed the last discussion and Councillor King's interventions, which I agree with. On this one, I'll just read the therefore be it resolved. It's that planning committee authorized staff to initiate a rezoning process to revise the height schedule applicable to the property located at 3048 Chamberlain Avenue to properly reflect the 3-story podium along the front facade of the proposed development. I'll also just thank Tim Mark on this for drafting it, and to properly reflect what the residents have also been informed of with the recent settlement at the OLT on this file. So appreciate support on this today.
Mr. Mark, did you want to add anything to this?
Yes, briefly, Mr. Chair. The appellants, an individual and the community group, and the applicant reached a settlement which was finalized yesterday. The settlement involved the withdrawal of the appeal from the OLT, which of course removed the tribunal's jurisdiction over the matter. This was to achieve just a quick resolution to the tribunal proceedings. It had been determined in the course of the settlement discussions that there was a technical error in the zoning bylaw in that it did not properly reflect the podium that was proposed. And so in order to continue to proceed with the resolution, it's desired that the city move forward with a technical amendment to the zoning bylaw. The community is aware of this. The solicitor for the appellants has indicated that the community has no difficulty with city proceeding with a city-initiated zoning amendment, but we need committee's authorization to do so in the absence of an application by the applicant.
Okay, Thank you, Tim. Any questions on this? Then is the motion carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. We have no in-camera items. We have one information previously distributed, the cash in lieu of parkland summary. Is that received?
Received.
And Councillor Leeper has a notice of motion.
Yeah, forgive me. I've just sent this to you, Chair. I didn't get this out in time. It's with respect to some properties on Ravenhill, where there are some existing structures that, as a result of some changes, need to go to the Committee of Adjustment for variances. They're not allowed to go to the Committee of Adjustment at this point because it's too early after the passing of the zoning bylaw. So at our next Planning Committee meeting, I will be bringing a motion that reads substantively, therefore be it resolved that the Planning Committee recommend Council approve, pursuant to Section 45 of the Planning Act, that an application to the Committee of Adjustment be permitted in respect to the properties at 411 and 415 Ravenhill Avenue for minor variances associated with reduced setbacks for an accessory structure, reduced length of a parking space, and an easement for the benefit of residents at 411 Ravenhill Avenue.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So we'll deal with that next time. Are there any inquiries? Councillor King, do you have an inquiry ready to go?
I do, and I submitted it to you and I believe the committee coordinator. And it, apologies, just off the cuff very quickly. We know that the new official plan will recognize Main Street corridors as having a different context and will set out policies through a comprehensive zoning bylaw exercise in the next council term that may require active commercial or service uses on the ground floor in order to maintain, extend, or create a continuous stretch of active frontages along a main street. In that context, can city staff answer the following questions? Do we need inclusionary zoning to address the provision of commercial space or other community needs beside affordable housing? And can the city entertain the creation of a CIP that incentivizes the provision of commercial space in certain circumstances?
Okay, thanks, Councillor King. Is there any other business or any other inquiries? No other inquiries, no other business. Then we are adjourned for today, and our next meeting is Thursday, May 26th. Thank you, everyone. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks all.